You found these. Yeah, I like these better than mine. They look nice. Tom? I don't want to be disrespectful. Michael. Is that yours? Yes, I get it. I get it. Thank you very much. Yeah, he did. Hello, man. Thank you, sir. Joe, I'm gonna make your life easy. I'll do it. All right. Because that's your seat. I've deemed that one. So you got. Hey, Peggy. What's going on? Anthony.
Okay. Oops. All right. Good evening, everybody. It's 7 o'clock. Welcome to the regular city commission meeting for the city of Deerfield Beach on Tuesday, November 18, 2025. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Here.
Commissioner Plout,
Here.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Here.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Here.
Mayor Drosky.
Here. If everybody would please stand for a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance to be by Commissioner Thomas Plout tonight.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. First, we have the approval of our city commission meeting minutes from October 21st, 2025.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Plout, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Let the record show unanimous consent. Next, we have acknowledgement of our city board meeting minutes for the Affordable Housing Advisory Board of August 5th, 2025, Code Compliance, October 7th, 2025, and Community Appearance Board, October 8th, 2025.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Again, let the record show unanimous consent. Next, we have approval of our agenda for this evening, November 18, 2025.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion approved by Vice Mayor Preston, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Let the record show unanimous consent. Madam Clerk?
For those attending via Zoom online wishing to speak under public comment on an item that's open for public input, please click raise hand at the bottom under the reactions tab, and your audio will be unmuted when you're recognized by Mayor Drosky. For those attending via Zoom by telephone, please press *9 to raise your hand, and your audio will be unmuted when you're recognized by Mayor Drosky. Please make sure your audio is unmuted on your end by pressing *6. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we get into item number 1 in our awards and recognition, the city manager did mention at a previous city commission meeting that he would have an update for us tonight on the Southeast 8th Avenue project and area. And I understand that we do have that update. Mr. Power, if you would come down and give that to us, please, and then we'll go into item number 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric Power, Deputy City Manager. So after the public meeting that was held on December 3rd in the City Chamber regarding the flood event for Sunday, October 26th, staff was directed to engage an outside consulting engineer to evaluate multiple concerns for the Southeast 8th Avenue area, including flooding for historic events, previous documents such as the 2004 study performed by Caulfield and Wheeler, as well as the geosynthetic and Craig A. Smith studies that were used to construct the recent stormwater improvements for that area. It was also requested the consultant evaluate the flood event from the 26th and that they listen to the audio recordings of the event to hear residents' concerns. It was determined that we would utilize an engineering firm who has not performed any recent work in the city. There's no ties to any current projects in the area. Staff therefore enlisted Chen Moore and Associates to perform the review, and we intend on having this report completed prior to the December 2nd meeting, and we'll provide the report and findings at that time.
So stay tuned. So as the city manager indicated, a third-party engineer was contacted, third-party engineer was retained, and they're in the process of doing their evaluation and will have a report to us by the next city commission meeting on December 2nd.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions from my colleagues?
No.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the update. Item number 1, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. And I would like to say to all of you, it is my profound pleasure to give out some awards tonight. But it's important that you, the public, know why I'm doing it. There is no greater investment that this city can make, or any city, than in your employees. They are the ones that make it work. They're the ones that do so much of the work behind the scenes and never, ever, ever ask to be recognized. But yet the job that they do is impeccable in so many ways, and it shouldn't go unrecognized. And I just see some incredible leaders in our city, incredible leaders. And as the city of Deerfield Beach is blessed to have them be employees in the city. And the first one goes to Gregory Naranjo. Greg is actually new to us. And I fish on the pier. And been fishing that pier for years and years and years. And I can tell you that he is a very special, special young man. He brings to us the ability to be able not only to do his job at the pier, but to make things better. He's always thinking, using, his brain about how things can be better. During the Halloween holidays, there was an event over at the Peggy Nolan Aquatic Center. And I walk in and I see all these pumpkins floating and all these kids just having a great time. And then I saw the parents engaging. And I said, who did that? Who's that? And it was pointed to me that Greg had brought that back. And I went over to him and I said, where'd you get this from? While on vacation, he saw something in another place that he thought could work in our city and tweaks it a little bit. And I just saw all those kids having fun. And I said, that's pretty extraordinary that a man on vacation just thinking about how to make his city better. Kids out there, I've never seen the kids just laugh so hard and have such a good time. But here was the kicker. Some of the parents were out there with the kids, and she came to me, a couple of parents said, how come we don't have something like this for adults? And I went, I said, and here's what I told her. I challenged her. I said, why don't you come to the city commission meeting and bring it up? But the point being is that there was joy brought to our kids, and our leader, he's over at the pier, he thought of it. So it's with great pleasure, Greg, that I want to acknowledge you. Great job. Thank you for giving the city of Deerfield Beach an opportunity. And I just hope that you're going to be with us a long, long time. Uh, is Mike, I didn't see Mike Brown here. Okay. You know, I just, I'm very proud of our ocean rescue. And there's a lot of people in this room that's very proud. And if you don't know who they are, you need to know. We have ocean rescue personnel that compete on a national basis in little old Deerfield, this little old town, has four times, four-time national champion, little old Deerfield. If somebody don't tell you, you would miss Deerfield. The question is, why are they who they are? And is it because of their incredible leader? I've watched Mike. I've seen him over the years, and I knew him way back when. And you are not allowed to tell anybody how far we go back either. And don't show any pictures, Mike. But he is an incredible young man who his leadership qualities are very, very special. He's the reason, and he will never, ever put himself out in front. But four-time national champ, if you want to know why, that's the guy right there. And he is building character in those people. And obviously the competitive spirit is there. He's doing such a great, great job. It is my pleasure also to let you meet Mike Brown. I don't know how many of you have had a chance to go up to the city clerk's office for anything. And I don't know if you know the history of our city clerk. Many, many years ago, there was a lady there, Ada Graham, who was a very special lady. She passed away. But Ada had a group of people that she demanded perfection. And there was nothing above customer service. Everybody in the department always had a smile and always eager to serve. I remember Heather, when she wasn't second in command, she was just a person, one of the personnel working. And I watched her grow. And if you go now to the city clerk's office, you will see that same smile, that same professionalism, that same customer service driven attitude that every employee in the city of Deerfield Beach ought to have. She does an incredible job up there with those people, and those girls are developed. Every time I go up there, I just get a good feeling. Everything's good. Our city clerk never, ever, will ever point to herself, which makes her even a better employee because she's only looking to do one thing that every employee should do, and that is serve. The recognition should never come from her. It should come from us recognizing. And I do recognize what the job she has done. Thank you, Heather, so much.
Nice shade of red, Heather.
This next person also is an incredible, incredible leader in Deerfield. You know, many years ago, it was called the Northeast Focal Point, and it was the Alzheimer's Center. And, you know, there wasn't a lot of activities going on there. And the people used to come to these meetings and say, we need to have events over at the Alzheimer's centers for our residents. And I told them, what we do? And they said, well, nobody attends, Commissioner. Well, why? It was all kinds of things that were going on, issues that we needed to do more in our city, inviting our seniors to come out and participate and get things done. And then a very, very incredible person took over the department. I went over there myself. And when I went over there, I saw like 3 people. I'm going, what's going on? You go down to the Pat Larkin Center in Pompano, and it was overwhelming. You know that. And I'm going to also tell you, people in our city say, that's where we go. I said, really? And I thought that I said, we got to change that. When Jonathan took over, we had about, a very few people involved. And if you go over to the Braithwaite Center now, it's just booming. It's booming because we have an incredible leader. He has ideas about how to bring people in. I went over there during the holidays. There are people playing domino, they're having lunch, and they'll just say, Commissioner, we're having a great, great, great time. Thank you for this. And when our residents say thank you for something, you need to listen. You have to listen. We are building great leaders in the city of Deerfield Beach, and we ought to be very, very, very proud of that. Jonathan Salas has stepped up and did some things that nobody else could do, and he is just starting. He's an incredible person that is doing a great job over there, and I just want to thank him. He has a wonderful, beautiful family over there. They're sitting right back there, his wonderful wife and the 3 kids. Look at them. That's right. It's okay to wave, and it's okay to be proud of Dad. He did good. Jonathan, where are you? Mom, kids, you guys should be very proud. Um, you know, with all of the great leadership in our city from leaders, and they are doing a great job, is the reason that I felt that you needed to know who they are and they needed to be recognized. But when you're homegrown, it's special. And when I say homegrown, born and raised, attended the local high school and came to work for his city. And every once in a while, if you're listening, you will hear something special about a certain person. The last 3 commission meetings, this person's name has been called twice. Twice. If you weren't listening, shame on you. Because he gets things done. He cares about this city in a way and has a love for this city that's passionate. And I haven't seen
such strength out of so many of our employees. He is an example of what it is to work for your city, born and raised, and just continue to do a good job. And he will not ever, ever, ever look for any type of reward. He just won't do it. That's just his personality. But he gets it done. Commissioner Battle said at a couple commission meetings ago, she called his name, George Sullivan, for something that he did. Right, Commissioner? She didn't have to do that. Why did she do it? I'm gonna tell you why. Because she has sat here and she knows what it is to have a great employees. She knows what that's all about. And then I will tell you, Mrs. Frotog, Katie Frotog, said a couple commission meetings ago, same thing. She said, George got it done. He gets it done. He is born and raised here, and I am telling you, George Sullivan is special. And if all of our employees were like him and some of the others that have been recognized tonight, let me tell you something. We will exceed expectation, and we will go further than this city has ever gone. I will tell you, George, I'm so proud of you. You're doing a great job. Congratulations, and I'd like to recognize you. I just want to tell you that all of these awards tonight were not awards of recognition. Each and every one of them were leadership awards. So every one of you that received an award tonight, sincerely from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to thank you for the great work that you have done. It has not gone unrecognized and shouldn't. You're special to this city. You are what behind the scene makes it happen for everybody else. And being unselfish is really what makes you special. It really is. If you were asking for it, it's a whole nother ball game. So inspire others, please, so that we can even have a better city. Thank you all.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Congratulations to all of our recipients tonight. And we're going to continue the recognition with Captain Hofstein and BSO item number 2 tonight. One down, Captain.
Leave an American flag. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. How are you, sir? Vice Mayor, distinguished commissioners, Mr. City Manager, Mr. City Attorney, and Madam Clerk, and residents of Deerfield Beach. Always an honor to be here. I just want to take the opportunity to first echo the Vice Mayor's sentiments. I too have just nothing but praise for these individuals that we work so closely with. This city really is fortunate. You have the best team. Gregory, George, Jonathan, Heather, I have the distinct honor of working so closely with them, and they are just fantastic and just really proud of that relationship and that camaraderie. So again, congratulations from the BSO side of the house as well. So thank you. Joining me up here are some of these outstanding employees of ours. I didn't have the opportunity to be here in October, so thank you for a little latitude tonight because I just have some great things to share with the city for you to be aware of. You know, it's not often that these individuals who lurk in the shadows, fighting crime and doing all kinds of amazing things get to come out in the light and in view of the public, and we get to put the face with the amazing deeds. So I just have a great holistic sampling of all the exceptional service that we provide to this city. It's not just crime fighting, it's also engagement, it's outreach, it's on the patrol side, it's on the investigative side. So first and foremost, this individual right here to my left immediately on duty is our K-9 Deputy Anthony Diaz. Anthony actually was formerly assigned to Deerfield Beach as a patrol deputy and did such an outstanding job, he was selected as a regional K-9 deputy. On a particular day, he was traveling to training through our city, so he wasn't even assigned to our city at that time. But as a BSO regional unit, he was fortunately on our district radio channel and heard information provided by the dispatcher regarding a felony vehicle that was detected entering our city. Deputy Diaz's keen eye observed the vehicle and alerted our crime suppression detectives and patrol deputies. The vehicle was covertly followed to a Deerfield Beach warehouse, and a coordinated takedown of the vehicle resulted in the safe apprehension of an armed suspect wanted for a shooting that occurred in Pompano Beach. The firearm was also recovered on his person, and the suspect was ultimately charged with attempted homicide. And need I remind you that he was coming into our city? And I take pride in kind of being like the old Roach Motel, commercial. If you remember that from the 70s, bad guys check in, but they don't check out of our city. And for his outstanding vigilance and diligence and dedication to our city, even though he's a countywide unit, we commend Deputy Diaz and congratulate him on his selection as Deputy of the Month. Moving on to the next one. He slipped to the back of the line there, but Deputy Fernando Padron. Fernando, on the tail end there, is a seasoned deputy assigned to our district support team. Fernando is also a homeless outreach and mitigation subject matter expert. He has spent countless hours dedicated to assisting unhoused individuals and cultivating vital relationships with the community partners and resources that assist us with these endeavors. On one particular day, a woman contacted our office advising she was homeless and in need of assistance. Deputy Padron immediately contacted her and learned that she had 6 children and a 7th on the way, and was living out of her vehicle. With the assistance of our community partners, Deputy Padron was able to secure housing for the mother and her children right here in Deerfield Beach. The first 2 months of rent were funded by a local charitable organization, and Deputy Padron worked with the Broward County School Board to secure new school uniforms for the children. His actions and impact on this family are obviously immeasurable, but the smile on the children's faces said it all. For his actions and efforts, we commend Deputy Padron and congratulate him on his selection as Deputy of the Month. Moving on. With the handsome beard, I have Deputy Jose Romero. He is actually part of a team that night, along with Deputies Vandervoot, Detective Sharkey, and Sergeant Luciano Mateos, who can unfortunately not be with us here tonight. But this particular night, this was a harrowing call. We received a call about an individual, a woman standing in a parking lot of a crowded apartment complex who appeared to be armed with a knife and mentally unstable. The woman was described as being dressed like a witch and stabbing a Bible with the knife. She also held a long stick. Deputies responded and made visual observation of the individual, and it was obvious that she was in some type of mental crisis. These are our most harrowing situations, as you can imagine. We have an armed individual in crisis, and how do we safely and effectively control that situation and take them into protective custody? They took their time. They set up a perimeter to keep her in a safe location away from all the children who were playing in the parking lot and all the bystanders that gathered. They gathered as much information as they could about the woman to establish a dialogue. And even though they tried persistently to engage, it was to no avail. The woman appeared to be stuck in a trance, obviously posing a continuous danger to herself and others around her. Obviously, at this time, they needed to take some kind of immediate action. They formulated a plan and using a distraction. I watched this myself on the body camera. It's amazing to watch. They distracted her on one side, and 2 deputies carefully approached from behind, carefully tackling her to the ground. I say carefully, she was uninjured. And mind you, with a knife in her hand that could have easily mortally wounded one of our deputies. But they managed to take her into protective custody without harm to her or harm to themselves with the minimal amount of force necessary. The deputies immediately then sought medical attention and mental health care for the woman. And I hope she's doing well to this day. For that outstanding job, and I need not say we've all seen the videos on how quickly these situations can devolve and result in deadly force. But these deputies did everything right that night, and for that, I congratulate them, and we're so proud of them. Jose? All right. I also have, last but not least at all, Detective Christopher Bradley, a tenured detective who is a subject matter expert across a wide span of investigative realms, particularly fraud. Detective Bradley also has the distinct honor of being one of only 2 detectives within our entire agency selected to serve as a task force officer assigned to the FBI Complex Financial Crimes Unit. Unfortunately, he's housed right here in our Deerfield Beach Detective Unit. As we all know, scams are sadly proliferating throughout society. These have become even more complex and nefarious, especially with the advent of technology that makes these scammers all the more convincing. Detective Bradley was alerted to a scam situation when an elderly victim mailed $20,000 to a suspect in Deerfield Beach. He put $20,000 in cash in a box. Detective Bradley and our BSO Deerfield Beach detectives from our investigative bureau conducted swift follow-up, and upon conducting surveillance of the suspect's residence, observed a suspect take delivery of the package. Subsequent investigation resulted in a search warrant and an arrest warrant for the suspect. Multiple other victims were discovered, and they built a robust case against the suspect. Coordinating with other federal entities, the suspect was intercepted and placed into custody at the Fort Lauderdale International Airport. Not only was a master scammer put behind bars, but funds are in the process of being recovered for the victims, and other suspects are being identified. Detective Bradley's efforts did not go unpraised, as the victim sent us a wonderful and lengthy email detailing his appreciation for our detectives' efforts. For this outstanding investigative work, we commend Detective Bradley and congratulate him on his selection as our Detective of the Month. Thank you all.
We should just end it right there, Mr. City Attorney, but keep going. Public comment?
We are now at public comment portion of tonight's meeting. Persons addressing the commission shall state his or her name and address and may speak for 3 minutes. This is the time for public comment on items that are not on tonight's agenda. If you have public comment on an item that is on tonight's agenda, it's after I read the title into the record and the mayor opens the public comment period for that particular item. No comment shall be made related to the personal life or personal qualities of any person, and no language which would offend persons of ordinary sensibilities shall be permitted.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up? Who's first and who'll be on deck?
Demetrius is first, and then former Commissioner Bernie Furness is second.
Hi,
Just
thanks
name
to,
and address for the record,
yep,
please.
Demetrius Sinakis, 1200 Southeast 15th Avenue. Thanks to Commissioner Shinetsky. I shared some concerns with him. He invited me to speak. Appreciate the opportunity. This is in reference to Bill HR 3095 in the U.S. House, which is going to unify the zip codes in 66 cities in our country, including 6 in Florida, all in Broward County, I think all in Representative Moskowitz's districts. So this is from the Pompano Pelican, or the New Pelican, on August 8th. Congress takes first step in unifying zip codes. Quoting from the article, prior to the congressional vote, Deerfield Beach Mayor Todd Drosky contacted both Moskowitz and Bobbert, urged their support. Unifying Deerfield Beach under one zip code will bring better recognition for our residents and businesses. One Deerfield Beach deserves one zip code. Mr. Mayor, I'm not here to beat you up. I just hope that you and all the commission consider some of what I'm going to present here for some unforeseen effects, which either need to be mitigated in advance, or I personally don't support this, and I hope it doesn't happen. And if we can maybe bring a public debate about whether it's a good idea, purely based on the kind of things we're going to have to deal with. We're all going to have to deal with the paperwork hassle of moving without moving. And the bill in Congress has very simple language, and it provides for a 9-month rollout period. We have 33441, 2, 3, and 33064 shared with Pompano and Lighthouse Point. I'm not aware this is a huge problem to us. According to the text, we're going to get one unique new zip code. Not everybody under 33441. We're all going to have to change our addresses. I talked to people at the post office. It's not clear how long they're going to forward mail. This bill is non-funded, which means the post office can make up how they do it. And I don't know how that's going to be. I'm not sure if P.O. boxes zip codes are going to be included, if there's going to be any renumbering required. When you move to an existing zip code. None of us have ever moved to a newly created zip code. So a lot of the effects that could happen, you don't have a predicate for it. We're all going to have to get new driver's licenses. We have 86,000 residents, 60% are under 18, are over 18. That's 50,000 people. That's 1.3 million in expense to residents at $25 a pop. I'm not sure if there was a public reading on this, but as someone who works in software, I will tell you verification databases are based on zip code. They are shared as APIs with every product you interface with every day. There will be problems. Some of these APIs will not be updated ever because they're no longer supported. What will be the effects of that? No one's going to know. You're going to have to contact every credit card, every bank account. You have to go to your bank in person. Emergency service response software. What will those effects be? Alarm service licensing, travel, real ID, legal issues with certified mail and process of service. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that can happen. Auto bill and auto pay failures. And
Thank you,
I guess
Demetrius.
that's it. But that's, I really want to know why this is desirable. And I hope that you can have a public hearing on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Former Commissioner Parnas, you're next. And who's on deck, Madam Clerk?
Donna Capo Bianco.
Good, Mr. Parnas, you're up.
Hi. Let me ask the commissioners a question. How many of you know how many cities out of the 31 are with the BSO? Raise your hand. One, how many? No, it's 13 are with the BSO and 18 are not. In our investigation to protect the city, of the 18 cities that have their own police force, what is their response time? It's a big consideration. Does anybody know? Has anybody investigated? What if it's half the time? What if it's more than the BSO? These are major things that have to be evaluated before you make a decision. Yet, at a meeting recently, one of the commissioners said, let's go this way, and it was seconded. Without the information, without the costs, are you all aware that we own all the equipment? That wouldn't change whether we're with the BSO or not. We own the firehouses, police station. We own all the fire trucks. We own the police cars. We own all the equipment. That doesn't change. But what is the response, the response time, and how much does it cost? Is it 50% of the BSO? Is it more than the BSO? Until you have these figures, how can you consider which is better for the citizens? I went to 2 of the meetings, the gentleman that the city hired to evaluate this. He says he has no figures until the middle of December. If you don't have figures, how do you make a decision? I really like to know. How can you put something in front of the commission to vote if you don't know what the cost will be? And I understand that it's still under, right now, they're still negotiating as we speak. Until the negotiations are complete, how can you make a decision? You have to know what it is. Suppose the BSO wants double. Suppose they want to be able to get out of a contract anytime they want. What's in the papers? This upsets me. 8 years I spent on the commission. I never voted without having the facts. There's one gentleman up there that I know and I modeled after, and that's our mayor. He knew where every nickel was going. And I was proud to work with him because he did the homework. Can I have 1 more minute?
No, sir.
No? Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner. Capobianco, you're next. And who's on deck, Madam Clerk? Okay. Just name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I moved to Deerfield Beach in 2003.
Name and address for the record.
Oh, I
please.
apologize.
Thank you.
Donna Capobianco, 2157 Cambridge G. Tell me when. Oh, okay. Thank you. When I moved here in 2003, the police had already been moved to the BSO. And then I believe it was 2011 when the fire and rescue were moved. And I will identify with what you just heard, that I'm sure the newspapers in Deerfield Beach, all of them, would have jumped all over any information that was excessively negative or that people needed to worry about in terms of when the BSO took over. I personally have witnessed very individual circumstances of extremely better response time than when I moved there. I moved to the city, and I only heard good things, and I had nothing but good to say and experienced that continuously. So I thank Bernie for covering a lot of things that are very true. I have a letter in my hands that was dated to the city on September 16th from the attorney for the BSO to our city manager that talked about a letter on June 20th, 2025. I sent you a letter expressing the Broward Sheriff Office concern for your rejection of the proposed consideration for police and fire services for the city of Deerfield Beach for fiscal year 25-26. I agree with Bernie. I mean, how do you do that without knowing the numbers? I do not understand it. So the rejection was made. The commission meeting on September 15th, the commission approved the BSO budget for the police and fire services based upon the original consideration letter that BSO provided you and a letter dated May 1st. Since the only reason that BSO provided the notice of termination was the rejection of the BSO's original consideration letter. And since the city commission has now approved that consideration, the contingency for BSO's notice of termination is no longer present, and there is no longer a need to enter into the transition period provided in the contract. Interesting. So in consideration of the city's agreement to fund BSO's proposed budget, the notice of termination of the contract for police and fire services provided, the letter June 20th, this letter hereby rescinded, and the contract will remain in full force, modified only for the consideration until its expiration on March 31st. So there's so much information going on around the city. We are getting tremendous amounts, contracts being broken, et cetera.
Thank you, Ms. Capabianco.
I think it's time we do a good study. Thank you.
No one else signed up, Madam Clerk? Okay, so we'll go to those in the commission chamber and then those online. Mr. Givens, you seem anxious tonight,
Yes,
so
I'm very anxious. How you doing, Mayor Drosky?
name and address for the record,
1150
please.
Southwest 7th Avenue, Deerfield Beach, Florida. I've been here for 50 years. I remember a time when we did have Deerfield police. I remember a time where you could leave your door open and you didn't have to worry about nobody breaking in your house. That's Deerfield. And when someone disrespects you, you used to handle it man to man, and then you would come back with a solution. What's going on right now? I'm supporting Deerfield. I'm supporting my team. Whatever decision that we make, we're going to stick together. And we're going to take care of our communities. Because Deerfield was about your last name, not about anything else. And when you have to spend half of your budget for your city to feel safe, something is wrong with our city. We need to get back to our people, getting to know each other, and making sure that the families that represent this community take care and police their community. Because if you can't police your own community, that's when you need law enforcement. And in 2025, it's time for us to get back to families and communities. So like I said, Mayor Drosky, Vice Mayor Preston, Commissioner Hudak, I always mess your name up, help me out. How you say it?
Shanetsky.
Shanetsky. And Commissioner Platt, we stand with you. But families will stand regardless, and I love BSO, so let me say that. Whatever decision we make for the best of the city of Deerfield and our budget, I support Deerfield. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Givens. Ms. Bolovich, when did you come up? I saw you next. You got cut off, and then there was a gentleman over here to my right. Unless he can go next. Everyone will have an opportunity to speak, so no one's gonna get shut out.
April Bolowich, 899 Northeast 4th Street. Vice Mayor Preston, I'd like to take your idea of thanking people publicly and run with it. I'd like to publicly thank Commander Anthony Royale from the American Legion Post number 287 and Mr. Edward Leonard from American Legion Post 162 for donating 325 sandbags to help protect the family homes on Southeast 7th Avenue, Southeast 8th Avenue, and Northeast 8th Terrace. These lower elevation homes in East Deerfield Beach face a high risk of water intrusion during heavy rain, and these sandbags provide real relief for families who have already experienced water intrusion. We're deeply concerned about what remains of our storm drainage system. Some neighbors save their hurricane sandbags and reuse them a few times a year, which is, I think, a great idea. And with budget cuts affecting hurricane tracking and prediction, preparedness is more important than ever now. The American Legion has also offered to help fill the sandbags once we finalize a date. Homeowners can save the empty bags to fill later, or have them filled once the hurricane season ends on November 30th, when the city can legally release reserve sand. That date will be announced later. I'd also like to thank District 3 Commissioner Daniel Shanetsky. Thank you so much for coordinating this very meaningful donation so rapidly. And thank you to District 1 Commissioner Michael Hudak for sending the Vector trucks to clear 5 drains in my neighborhood really quickly. On a different topic, I think both sides of this BSO transition discussion might agree that when the city began talking about creating its own police and fire departments, our drainage system had not yet failed. We need to face that reality before taking on another huge capital expense. We have to fix what's already broken first. Important things like the drainage system and Pioneer Park. There may be main roads or train tracks between our neighborhoods, but our communities have been connected for generations. Parents who grew up here now have children and grandchildren raising their own families here, and our new neighbors add richness to the fabric of our lives. We depend on each other. As the gentleman before me said, these are the people we rebuild with after floods, hurricanes, and fires. And thank you again, Commissioner Shanetsky, the American Legion, and Michael Hudak. Commissioner Hudak, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bolovich.
No, go ahead.
All right, Glenn Lockery, 1316 Southeast 5th Court, Deerfield Beach. Good evening, Commissioners. I am here to share some constructive feedback regarding the Public Safety Community Forums held on November 17th. I attended both the 11 a.m. and the 7 p.m. sessions, and while I appreciate the initiative, I left concerned that the execution of these meetings did not meet the expectations set by the city's announcement. The announcement described a forum for resident input on a new future for public safety. Taking that seriously, I spent some significant time researching other cities' case studies and prepared ideas for a transition. However, there was a disconnect between the goal and the reality of that meeting. I would like to offer 3 specific observations to improve future forums. First, on the premise. We learned from Commissioner Shanetsky that the city is re-engaging or possibly re-engaging in negotiations with BSO. While this is really positive news, it confused the purpose of the meeting designed to gather ideas for a new service. Most of the comments in the meeting were centered around whether or not we should keep BSO. Clear communication on the purpose of the meeting would have managed resident expectations better. Secondly, on logistics. It was billed as a resident forum with direct access to city officials, yet it was run by a consultant. And I'm a supporter of the BSO. Having said that, the large presence of BSO staff at a resident forum created an unintended dynamic. It can be intimidating for residents to offer candid feedback on a service provider when that provider is heavily representative in the room. The analogy I give is if I get called into HR to give candid assessment of my boss, and my boss is sitting in the corner. Future resident forums should be structured to ensure citizens feel completely comfortable speaking up. Third, on the feedback loop, I noticed there was no mechanism to record who attended or to verify residency. Without collecting contact information, the city missed a chance to follow up with the engaged citizens who moved heaven and earth to be at these meetings. Finally, regarding commission attendance, I want to thank Commissioner Sinetsky for being there and his personal follow-up to me afterwards. Given the critical nature, the most important job you have is public safety, I was hoping to see broader participation from the commission to hear our concerns. That was a real missed opportunity by you guys. I will be emailing you a longer version of my thoughts for each of you to review. I hope these points help to ensure the future meetings are as productive as possible. Thank you for your time. Also, real quick, I checked to find your emails just real quick on your bio pages, and only Huddock has his personal city email there. The more accessible you guys are, the better you can do your jobs and hear from us. So please update your personal bios with your personal city emails. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lockery. Mr. Gladio here? Do you mind meeting with Mr. Lockery? There were some statements that he's probably not aware of that could be cleared up, if you don't mind, please. Who would like to speak next?
Hi. Tom Caputi, 405 Southwest Natura Avenue. I don't know if anybody's been down by Brands Mart lately. My content, we have a lot of potholes in the city, lots of them. And that intersection at 10th and Natura Boulevard is riddled with potholes. Also on Natura Boulevard going north and south, across from Tivoli, there's huge potholes in the middle. And at Hillsborough Boulevard, the left and center turn lanes, those potholes are now 7 feet long. I called Vice Mayor Preston about this. He got back to me, said he would turn it over to the city manager's office. I'm just wondering if there's any feedback on that, or we have any information regarding if anybody even went out there to check those potholes. Also, 700 West Hillsborough, the development that's going to be done there calls for over 180 old growth trees to be cut down and removed. These old growth trees soak up a lot of rainwater. The trees that are going to replace them are Florida live oaks. Beautiful trees, but it will take about 30 to 35 years before we get a canopy approaching the over 50,000 square feet of canopy we have there now. The shade that that place provides over that grassy area is just a terrific walk, springtime, summertime. And not only that, that area, all those trees provide homes to other Deerfield Beach residents, like one of our foxes, some turtles and squirrels, and a lot of nesting birds, including a hawk and an osprey. I would love an opportunity to get with either you guys or somebody from the developer, our landscape department, city manager. I've walked that area probably a dozen times. There's so much green space back there, and those trees are magnificent, magnificent trees. I don't see why we got to cut down 181 of them. I don't know how much green space is required for every 1,000 customers or city residents, but we could utilize that area a lot better. And I just want to finally, congratulations to the new commissioners, mayor, vice mayor. Going forward, just please remember, every decision you make, every vote you make, ask yourself this question: how will my decision or my vote affect or improve the quality of life here in Deerfield Beach? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caputi. If you could please leave your contact information with the clerk, we'll get back to you to answer your questions. Thank you. Anyone in the commission chamber would like to speak this evening? Former Commissioner Battle?
Yes, sir. Gloria Battle, 1240 Southwest 6th Way, Deerfield Beach, Florida. First of all, for you all to know that that young man that you honored tonight, Mr. Sullivan, grew up on Southwest 6th Way. That's where I live. But I am here. I have two things, Mayor and Commissioners. Number one, I agree with the gentleman who said that the forum that we held, or the sessions that we held this week, and I attended several, I'm not so sure that you're going to be able to get the information that you need, because when it was presented, or as the consultant was presenting the information, I did not get a feel that he was getting the information that you need in order to make a decision on BSO or our own department, one way or the other. I'm not so sure whether or not, well, leave it at that. My main purpose here tonight is to say to you all that, yes, I do have a gym membership, but I have been going over to the Braithwaite Center for chair exercise. It has worked well for me, so that gym membership that I have, I'm giving it up. I rise before you tonight to tell you, gentlemen, that we need more parking spaces over there. If you come over there during peak hours, we're all on the side of the road parked, and there's signs over there that says no parking. We need parking. So when you consider maybe not this year's budget, but next year's budget, take a look at the parking situation over there and try to give us more parking spaces. Jonathan, you did a good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Battle. Mr. Freitag, welcome.
Welcome. Good evening. Roger Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street, Deerfield Beach, Florida. Just to piggyback on what the gentleman said earlier and what Mrs. Battle just said. I attended 3 of the meetings. I had, prior to these meetings beginning, I had reached out to Emily at the city manager's office and asked for the contracts for BSO prior to this all happening with what we're doing right now. I had been told that it would be sent to me. I provided my email address. A day later, I get a text message from Mr. Davis in code compliance that I have to do my own freedom of information search in order to get this information. I pay taxes here. I don't work for the city. So going forward, I would hope that when a resident asks for something, that it would be provided. And I don't need the 300 pages of legal jargon. All I wanted to know was how many police officers per hour, how many chiefs, how many governors, how many this, how many that, and how many the other thing, so that we could have used that information during the meetings that we just had, because I find those meetings were pretty much useless. Secondly, I heard our mayor say in the last meeting, he used the term the 3 R's, which I would imagine are reuse, recycle, repurpose. There are 3 letters that he unfortunately forgot. C for conservation and CS for common sense. I would hope we would use some. Right above me are offices. I can see Mr. Plout's sign when I'm at the bar next door at any hour of the evening, and all the lights are on. You people are not here at 10:30, 11 o'clock, or 2 o'clock, or 4 o'clock, or 5 o'clock in the morning. We need to conserve electricity. You don't have your lights on in your home all night long, either do I. Maybe the ones in the front of your house, yes. But every building in the city of Deerfield Beach, once the employees leave, the lights should be turned out. Secondly, farmer's market is a farmer's market. Recently, I attended the farmer's market, and there are more food trucks there than there are farmers, which directly compete with the businesses like Seaside Subs, The Cove, The Tipperary, The Cove Brewery. I could go on and name a whole bunch of other restaurants. This is unfair to those local businesses, and someone needs to look into that and contact the people who are running the farmer's market and let them know that the food trucks are not welcome at a farmer's market. Lastly, what benefit do the taxpayers receive from the League of Cities and the tax dollars that are donated to this entity? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Freitag. Appreciate that. Ms. Berner, come on down. Mr. Nolan, you'll be next.
Hi, thank you. I come in peace this evening. I just give you a fair warning. I come because of something educational and inspirational. It may not sound like it in the beginning, but hold on. I saw a movie recently. It's called Sarah's Oil. And in the theater that particular time I went, there was only the 2 of us. And then a man came in, a father with his 2 daughters who were the same age as Sarah. The reason it's educational is because Sarah received reparations of 160 acres of bad land, Oklahoma thought. lo and behold, oil shot out. And even though she was offered things, she refused to sell her land. And I think this is an educational moment for the children in our schools. This is the substitute teacher in me coming out. And I spoke to the general manager of the Paragon Theater and asked him if there was anything he could offer the schools, if they could get something together with the city. And he said he could give them a lower price ticket, plus a drink, plus popcorn, plus a snack. And I think that it would be a great endeavor for these children to learn at a young age. But that's why the father was there, because he wanted to teach his young children about business. He happens to have a lemonade stand on Dixie Highway, which I hope will all come out and drink lemonade. So that's what I have to say. And if I could give the general manager's cards to somebody who can deal with this, if you all agree that it's a good cause.
If you give it to the clerk, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, good night.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Same to you. Mr. Nolan, come on down.
Good evening, Thomas Nolan, 406 Southeast 8th Ave. Mayor, Commissioners, good evening. I'm sitting in the back here and I'm listening, and the last 4 or 5 commission meetings as a resident, and it's like death by 3 minutes for the commission and the mayor. And everybody comes here with their complaints because they get quick access and they get results when they come here and they speak in front of the mic. And I feel like commission meetings shouldn't be for residents to come here and make our gripes. If we have an issue, we should have some sort of platform or forum for a resident to take a picture of a leaky shower on the beach, and it sends it to the city of Deerfield Beach, instead of a resident having to come here and say, I've been telling you about those leaky showers at the beach for 3 months and nobody's done anything about it. These residents, everybody that spoke tonight, they want to help the city look better, improve, be on the forefront. With the way technology is today, half these things, the guy's talking about potholes. He has to come to a commission meeting to tell you about potholes over near Brandsmart. He could snap a picture on his cell phone, upload the picture where the address is, and it could go to who it needs to go to. How we have it in 2025 come up with some way to have a platform for little issues. And I know people still want to come here and be heard, and they have their story and they want to get their point across. And this will lead me in my second topic. Everybody comes to the commission meeting because you are our people, of the people. So they want to speak to the mayor and the commissioners. And I think that the common misconception of committees or forums or whatever they may be that we have going back 10 years is the forum's always been with city staff. And I understand that's their staff's job to come up with these ideas. And I know we're doing one for Parks and Recreation to look at our future, but city staff don't make decisions on our future. You 5 gentlemen do. So I don't want to talk to city staff. I want to talk to the gatekeepers. Okay, you guys are the ones that sit and make decisions. So when the residents have concerns about Parks and Recreation, or whether it's stormwater management, or whether it's we were looking at the redeveloping Pioneer Park, no offense to city staff, I love them, but I don't want to talk to them because they're not the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper for our residents are our elected officials. You gentlemen are our elected officials. We want to speak to you. So if we create committees for everything and residents lose that connection with their city commission, then you're not hearing what the people say. Then they have to come here and they have to waste their 3 minutes to gripe to you about what the real concerns are. So in all reality, if we had a platform for our small complaints that residents could access through the app that we have to upload issues, and our committees should be in some sort of sunshine forum where you can attend and speak and have dialogue with the residents to actually hear what their complaints are, what the real issues are about developing the city to even better than it already is today. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan. Mr. Hers, come on down.
Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Ave. I wonder if the commission really heard what City Attorney Soroka said when Commissioner Hudak asked him on October 21st if he and the city manager had been negotiating with BSO. Soroka said, I did get about 2 months ago 2 drafts, a proposed fire contract and a proposed police contract with commencement date starting April 1, 26. So the answer to Hudak's question in non-legalese terms was no, we have not been negotiating over the last 2 months. What is the reason why? It's a 4-word answer. City Manager Rodney Brimlow. Brimlow is just continuing a pattern he began starting April 15th, the day after he met with BSO and was presented with the formal pay study by Evergreen Solutions. Brimlow has negotiated with BSO only when forced to do so by the commission. Everyone knows Brimlow refused to meet with BSO after April 14th, despite multiple attempts by BSO to meet and negotiate. BSO had no choice but to implement the 90-day out clause in the mutually agreed upon contract. Further proving that the dispute with BSO is anything but personal, Commissioner Hudak said last week, with Tony as sheriff, I would not vote to approve a contract with BSO because I don't trust that he would honor it. If there was another sheriff in office and the feasibility study showed that staying with BSO was the best option for our taxpayers, then I would vote to approve a contract with BSO. With regards to the just completed 5 public safety forums, why hire the Center for Public Safety for this assignment if the city of Deerfield Beach has already made their decision to bring public safety in-house, as evidenced by 3 different media outlets, Sun Sentinel, New Pelican newspaper, and the Century Village East Reporter, as well as advertisements by the city for the Public Safety Forum, all reporting that the city has already decided to move public safety in-house before the end of the 2-year transition period with BSO is over. Also, why did 4 out of 5 elected officials not even bother to show up at any of the 5 public forums? Not good optics, fellas. We got to witness firsthand how Deerfield Beach handles an emergency situation on the night of October 26th with the flooding on Southeast 8th Avenue. The citizens are still waiting to hear the report from the city manager as to all the things the city got wrong that night. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hers. We're going to shift to Mr. Cummings. You coming? Then after Mr. Cummings, we'll shift to online. Is there anyone online, Madam Clerk, with their hands up? Okay. Those online, stay patient. You'll be next. Go ahead, Mr. Cummings. Thank you.
Joe Cummings, 267 Oak Ridge P. Like many of the people that spoke tonight, I too attended most of the emergency services information meetings. And on Saturday, I learned something that I didn't know before. Commissioner Shinetsky, representing the dais, and speaking in protection of BSO, informed us that there was a letter sent by BSO to the city of Deerfield Beach rescinding their termination letter of June. And this was in September. And the commissioner pointed out that could have extended the amount of time we have in order to make decisions and costing thousands of dollars. And I just want to know, this is the first I heard about it. So if you guys can enlighten us on that, I'd certainly appreciate it. At a meeting last night, we were talking about some of the things that, we can do to better the fire service. And I reminded everybody that probably the most famous firehouse that I can think of is the Ghostbusters firehouse from the Ghostbusters movie. And that is a real firehouse. And that is a Hook and Ladder 8 out of Tribeca, Manhattan, and New York City. And that firehouse has been brought up to standards. It's compliant with NFPA 1550. And it's everybody wants to work there because it's nostalgic and it's such a great place to work. And I also pointed out that it was built in 1903. So Commissioner Shinetsky, after I spoke, stood up and said that, no, it's the intention to these firehouses are a disgrace. They all need to be torn down and built from scratch. So I was wondering if if he was speaking for the rest of the commission when he made statements like that. So on about almost 2 weeks ago, Mr. Hers informed us that he was having a BSO symposium at the Wyndham, and for everyone to attend. And I did attend, and I noticed that there was quite a bit of BSO deputies there in uniform. And I was denied access to that based on the fact that, as was pointed out, I did not live in District 1. So I was just wondering, since I was not allowed to have access to deputies that were there in uniform, the deputies that were there, are we going to get the bill for that? Are we paying their salaries to be there at that symposium, since I was not allowed to have access to them at that particular point? I'd like an answer on that. So, yeah, I do think, I'm wondering about what is the benefit of having those informational meetings? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings. Ready to switch to online, Madam Clerk? I think you said former State Representative Gwen Clark Reed. She can go first, and then who'll be on deck? Okay, go ahead, former State Representative.
Former State Representative Gwen Clark Reed, 1430 Southwest 6th Way. I have to agree with the people who have spoken in reference to the meetings, public safety meetings. There was one description of what those meetings should be or would be or in the wave. And then when we got to the meetings, it was something else. I don't think that any clear knowledge was gained by the presenter, the firm that's handling this. I think it's been a waste of the city's money. I feel that we could have done something else to get the information that he's trying to get, and he's not getting it. And it could be seen at those meetings. Those meetings were a disgrace as far as I'm concerned as a city resident. I got nothing from those meetings. There's a lot of misinformation. There are a lot of people yelling at each other, very disrespectful. So I don't think that having the consultant and those meetings were a good idea. They were not properly planned. Also, speaking about what is happening with the BSO. There's too much information and disinformation and misinformation out here. There needs to be a meeting where all of the information is given that's requested by the residents. There's information that the residents are requesting so that they can come back and speak to the commission with intelligence and understanding about what is going on. Right now, there's just a mishmash of everything. And I am truly disheartened by what is going on with this whole issue. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, former State Representative. Be patient. All the information is coming. Madam Clerk, is there any other hands online? Anyone else? Last call for inside the commission chamber? Okay, Mr. City Attorney, we'll go on to consent. There's two. All right, Mr. Nolan, go on down.
Howard Nolan, 325 Southeast Third Terrace. I'd just like to say, as a resident of the city of Deerfield Beach since 1980, when we went to the Broward Sheriff's Office in 35 years ago, 1990, how many times have we renewed their contract with no problems? We used to have the district chief stand up here and say, okay, we need to renew our contract with Deerfield Beach. At the beginning, it was 3 years when they first started. Then that was they got too many cities, they had to go to too many meetings. So now for however long, I don't know, it's been 5 years. But there has never, ever been any time in this city since 1990, 35 years, where there has been a problem with the delivery of service by the Broward Sheriff's Office. And now, all of a sudden, here in 2025, there's a problem with the delivery of service to the city of Deerfield Beach. And I find it mesmerizing that all of a sudden, we had Commissioner Battle say she's been here for 75 years and the BSO is not doing anything in her neighborhood. Well, she was a commissioner for 4 years. She never complained about BSO then. Why is it now? There's, I don't think we have a list of complaints where there's been a problem with the BSO for 35 years. The fire department for 15. But all of a sudden, we want our own fire department, our own police department. And I'm here to tell you, after being an official in the union for almost 20 years, astronomically, dollars and cents wise, that guy doesn't have to come back. We could get part of our money back from the survey. It's going to cost every taxpayer in this city tax money to reinvent a police department and a fire department. The 150 firefighters that went over to the Broward Sheriff's Office didn't count the 20 people probably we got rid of, in addition to the firefighters. All of those people got to be brought back in. BSO does all of that secretarial work and all the human resources and all of that stuff. But all of a sudden, we want to do it all ourselves. I'm sure City Hall has less personnel now that we have no more police and no more fire. The human resources just has the non-uniform people to take care of now. But they're going to have 300 more employees. How is the city going to handle that? That's my question. And that was never answered at the forums where we said, I read it off. I read it off last night. I had the thing on my phone. It said, city officials will be there to interact with you. Commissioner Shinesky was there and he stood once or twice, and that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan. You are officially the last one for public comment. Mr. City Attorney, we'll just do 3 as a standalone.
Item number 3 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, appointing Darlene Swafer as a regular member to the Charter Review Board and removing Hans Bodowick from the board and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Mr. Plout, this is your item. Do you wish to say anything?
Thank you, Mayor. I have known Ms. Swaffer for a few years now. I've watched her run for public office here in the city and also in the state. She's a great person, loves this city, very intelligent. We both hold a similar insurance license, which you have to really have some standards to have that. I know I've received some phone calls and some criticism about my appointment, not directed at this young lady, but that it wasn't from my district. And I made that decision based on her expertise, and it's not without precedent. Most people don't know that when serving on my homeowners board and wanting to get on a city board here in the city, I had a mentor, my next door neighbor, Gordon Lynn. He was, for 25 years, he was the Pompano Beach city attorney. And we spent usually every Sunday from 4 to 6 o'clock talking about our beautiful city, politics and different things like that. And I asked him, how would I get on a board in the city? And he said, well, go seek out your commissioners, your mayor, talk with them. So a few weekends later, there was what they called at that time, a crime night out. And I went up and I introduced myself to everybody that I could find. And I happened to know Commissioner Gantz at the time, even before he was a commissioner. So it was easy to talk to him. I introduced myself at the time to our vice mayor, who was a commissioner. And I told them I would like to get on a board. So I was told that there was a newly formed board. There was a construction board. And since I worked for an inspection company at the time, that I might be a good fit for that board. So I filled out the paperwork, sent it in. I was all excited to find out that I didn't qualify for the board because they were looking for a general contractor. So I was told that there was another commissioner that was looking for an alternate member for a board, and that was District 3 Commissioner, Mr. Rosenzweig. So I called him and we talked for about an hour, and he ended up appointing me to the Planning and Zoning Board. And so there is a precedent for that, and you're looking at him right now. So I was on as about 3.5 years as an alternate, and then there was an election. And Bill Gantz won the mayorship, and he promoted me to a seat as a mayor. But during that time, I never missed a meeting, and I learned a lot. And I looked towards earning that seat, which I did. And so it's not without precedent that I would choose someone from that I feel is qualified from another district. Also, this particular board is a temporary board, and this board will be finished this May. And both of my appointees originally were from District 4. However, unfortunately, one of my people let me down. And although he told me he was very excited about this and it was an honor to serve with the city, the fact was that he did miss 3 meetings in a row. So it was difficult for me, but I had to give him a call and I had to replace him. And so this is a citywide board. Everything that's being discussed is a change in the charter, which concerns the entire city, not just one district. I wouldn't dream of putting somebody from another district on a planning and zoning board and watching maybe a building go up in front of their house and have someone else vote on it. But this board is very specific. It concerns everything citywide, and I stand behind my nominee. And I hope that when this discussion is done, that I would have the honor to nominate her and that I would have the support of the rest of the commissioners. And for now, that's all I have to say, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Shinsky, you have your light on. Did you want to speak on item number 3?
Yes, I do, sir. Thank you. First of all, I want to say the applicant, I've met her on several occasions. She's excellent and she's very knowledgeable. But when City Commissioner Hudak brought before the commission to make a charter revision, basically the whole purpose of the charter revision. Now, the last time the charter revision board met was about, I think, a dozen years ago. Basically, it's to look into the charter, which is our constitution, and update it, come up with changes, come up with ways for the city to grow. Now, each district has different demographics. Each district has different personalities. That's one thing I learned by going to these recent BSO town halls, how each district, District 1, District 2, District 3, District 4, has different goals, personalities, feelings, thoughts. And the purpose of this charter revision is to be able to go to each district and get the best knowledge from each district. I'm in District 3. A lot of my residents are 55 and older. They're on fixed incomes. They're in the golden years of their life. It's different than, say, District 1 or even District 4, where maybe more young families. The charter revision is this advisory commission is very, very important because it's basically was made to talk to the whole city. We want to get all 4 districts, the people, their thoughts and how we can improve this city. Now, right now, we have 2 people that live in District 2 that if the applicant is passed, we'll have 2 people that live in District 2 representing District 2, knowing what's happening in District 2. We only have 1 alternate in District 4. I think there should be a balance there. And again, I have nothing against the applicant. I think she's a wonderful person. And she definitely wants to give things to the city. But I feel that this charter revision board has a right to have each district represented fully. And I feel very strongly about that.
Commissioner Hudak?
Mr. Soroka, is there anything that states that the individuals have to be in the district?
No, sir. That is not a requirement under the code provision.
Thank you.
Commissioner Plow, and then we'll go to public comment on this item.
Just want to say that my other nominee is from District 4, so I didn't want there to be any confusion on that. And this choice is my right by charter, and I stand behind it.
Thank you, Commissioner. We will now go to public hearing on item number 3.
With all due respect.
I said we're going to go to public hearing and then you can comment at the end, Commissioner.
Okay, no problem.
You had an opportunity to speak already.
That's fine.
Anyone from the public like to speak on item number 3 this evening? Mr. Freitag, welcome back
Item
again.
number
Thank you.
3, yes, Roger Freitag, 418 Southeast Second Street. Something smells really fishy here. You can say what you want about the charter, this legal business, that legal business, the other thing. If Mr. Plout wants someone on the Charter Review Board, then it should be from District 4, whether it's legal or not. Now we're going to have 3 people from District 2 on this Charter Review Board. And what smells fishy is I'm wondering what's going to happen when they decide to change things with this Charter Review Board. And I sure as hell hope that the public are allowed to participate in this, because if we're going to start putting 20-story condo towers in Deerfield Beach, on the beach, or anywhere else for that matter, I think people are going to want to know why, when, and who made these decisions, just like with the Access Project. These boards that you have where people make decisions on other people's homes and livelihoods by putting buildings where they don't belong is not good. I stand with Mr. Shanetsky. District 4, pick your people from District 4. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Hers, you want to speak on item 3?
Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. I have zero problems with Darlene Swaffer, and the objections I have to this appointment has nothing to do with her. My objections have to do with the District 4 commissioner choosing someone from outside his district to serve on an extremely important board. This board will decide the dates of future elections and changes in zoning on the island. They will make the recommendations. You all will make the final decisions, but their recommendations are extremely important. And I don't care if it's technically legally permissible for him to do that. The optics of this are awful. The Charter Review Board deserves to have representation from all 4 districts. It does not need multiple representatives from District 2. It is extremely hard for me to believe that the District 4 commissioner doesn't know anybody else in his whole district to take the place of Hans Bodewig. The District 4 commissioner makes it a point to let everyone know about all the ribbon cuttings and restaurant openings he attends in his district. Does he expect us to believe that in all these events he attends, he could not find a single representative that lives in his own district? And what about the District 4 commissioner disrespecting Tanya Heck, his chosen alternate to the Charter Review Board, who I have personally seen attend the last 3 meetings of the Charter Review Board? How can he skip over her when she has loyally attended all their meetings? In the words of the District 4 commissioner when questioning my BSO public safety event November 6th at the Wyndham, something suspicious is going on here. What the District 4 commissioner is doing is setting an awful precedent for the future and will have severe negative repercussions if you allow this to happen. The better solution is to table this and have the District 4 commissioner do a little extra homework and find somebody who actually lives in his district to represent the voices of District 4 on the Charter Review Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Callen, you stretching or coming to speak?
I'm coming to speak. Dean Callen, 3250 Southwest Second Court, and I live in District 4. And I want to challenge each of you, commissioners, to look into your own districts when you need people. Every district should be represented no matter what the board is. In this case, my commissioner was voted in to oversee our district. In this case, and it's nothing against the person. I don't even know who she is. I've never met her, never talked to her, and it's nothing against the person. But we have qualified people in our district. There's a lot of people that live there that want to do things for our city. Some of them just need to be asked. And if you guys don't know enough people in your districts, get to know them. That's what you're here for, to bring our community together, not to separate it. She may be the most qualified person in the city, But if she was not nominated by her own district, that's between her and her district, not between us and our district. So I disagree with the nomination only because it's not from our district. And whether it's legal or not, like you brought up, and I appreciate you asking the question because I didn't know the answer, but it shouldn't matter. What should matter is when you want your district represented, it should be someone that you know and choose from there. Same thing with the vice mayor, same thing with the other commissioners. We have to be able to find people to get a great consensus of what we're doing in our city as a total. We are one city. We have 4 sections in it, and they should all be represented properly. Not by saying, well, I just know this person for a long time. That's great. I'm glad you do. Insight is valuable. Information is key. But you have a district that voted for you to look after us, in this case, me, in this case, living there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Callen. Madam Clerk, is there anyone online? Anyone else that would like to speak? Ms. Safar,
I'm Darlene Swaffer.
you have to address the commission.
I'm Darlene Swaffer, and I live in 621 Siesta Key Circle. I didn't realize that being nominated for board would be open for such discussion. But I'm a resident of Deerfield Beach for many years. I live here. I work here. My son goes to Highlands Christian Academy, which is in Deerfield Beach. My mom lives in Deerfield Beach. She lives right down the street. And I've served South Florida regarding community service and with distinction for over 32 years. In regards to my capability to serve on a charter review board, I am a coach with the Patriot Academy, which if you know anything about the Patriot Academy, it's teaching the Constitution, the foundation of our country. And I've done a deep dive in the history of our nation and our Constitution, as well as the Florida Constitution, because of my ancestry with my own family. I have 6 great-grandfathers that served in the Revolutionary War and the War of 1812. So it's that going into ancestry which gave me the passion to understand the Constitution. I also, when I ran for office, had a politically charged lawsuit filed against me, which I represented myself pro se. I studied civil rules of procedure, and I won the case and made them pay my legal fees. So I may not be an attorney, but I was really excited about the opportunity to serve on this board. I submitted all the paperwork to serve on any board back in May of 2025. So it wasn't this board in particular. I've been asking to serve the city for many, many months. So perhaps my paperwork was overlooked. I don't know. But I'm happy to serve in any capacity. So if not this board, maybe another board. I live here and I work here. I love my city, and I'd love to help if I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, anyone online? Okay, former State Representative Gwen Clark Reed online. Go ahead, please.
Gwen Clark Reed, 1430 Southwest 6th Way. The Charter Review Board is a very, very important board because it sets the standards for how this city operates. And we need to have representation from all parts of the city on that board. Ms. Swafer may be an excellent candidate, but Ms. Swafer is not being projected, put forth from the commissioner whose district she lives in. I think that Commissioner Plout, you've heard that there are people in your district who want to serve the city. And it always was a thing that if you had an alternate on a board, that the alternate moved up and you looked for another person to serve as an alternate. So I'm hoping that you will reconsider your person and the person that you've put forth and understand why the commission, the charter review, needs to be with everybody from each commission, each district needs to be represented. Thank you.
Thank you, former State Representative. Last chance. Anyone want to speak on item number 3 this evening? Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. Commissioner Shinetsky, you had your light on first, followed by Vice Mayor Preston.
Thank you, sir. Again, I've had really the pleasure and the honor of meeting Darlene Swafford, a wonderful person, very knowledgeable. She's a really good citizen of Deerfield Beach, and I'm proud that she lives in Deerfield Beach. But she lives in Tivoli. Tivoli is in District 2. That's Ben Preston's area. She does live in Tivoli. When she gave her address, it is in Tivoli Gardens, which it is in District 2. Now, I'm in District 3. My neighbor is District 4. We're on the west side of Deerfield Beach. And I know, and I've interacted with people from Deer Run. I've interacted with people from Deer Creek residents. I've interacted with people from Waterford, from Independence Bay, and other communities in District 4. They're very passionate about the city, and they're very passionate about their location. There's going to be a lot of challenging times ahead for Deerfield Beach. The Southwest 10th Street project is going to take 9 years. That's directly in their path. They're going to be directly affected by it. The BSO challenge right now, that will directly affect them. I know for a fact that there are leaders in these communities in District 4 that are itching to be a part of the charter revision, to give their voice. And when you're on the charter revision, you're talking for the citizens of your district. That's really the function of the charter revision. They can get help from the staff. They can get help from, say, outside sources, but they're also tasked, just like us, city commissioners, to outreach to our constituents and say, what are you thinking about? How can we help you? So again, I feel it's very important, even though she's a wonderful person, and I'm sure she's qualified in many things, but she's not a resident of District 4. She's a resident of Tivoli Gardens, District 2. I really feel strongly we should have a District 4 representative that lives in District 4 on the Charter Revision Advisory Committee.
Vice Mayor Preston, followed by Commissioner Hudak.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that each commissioner, and including the mayor, when one of the colleagues makes a recommendation, we ought to really look at that recommendation and trust that he has done his homework to say, this is why I'm recommending this person, and feel that he would have the best interest of the city whenever any recommendation is made for a participant on a board. But the challenge is we should trust his judgment, but where the challenge is in this particular situation is that everybody has an alternate. If he had come and say, listen, my alternate is whoever that person is, and they are unable to serve, maybe it's because of illness or whatever the situation may be, and cannot serve in a primary role, but I would now like to recommend this person, then that would be understandable. I don't understand why you didn't, Commissioner, promote your alternate. State Representative Gwen Clark Reed is right. We all had a chance to pick a primary and an alternate. And that alternate, in case there's a situation with the primary, the alternate goes into that position, and then you look for an additional alternate as a representative. But I think that the board should always first consider that whoever the commissioner is making a recommendation, that you say, I trust that this person has done their homework. But this is particularly challenged because you offer no explanation for the alternate. That alternate should be in that position as primary, and then look for an alternate. And then that would have solved the problem, because that alternate is from your district.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Hudak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I trust Mr. Plout's decision-making process and his ability to pick good people. I really do. When I conceptualized this board, what we decided was that each district would have 2 representatives, and then the mayor would have 2 individuals citywide. I think Ms. Swaffer is extremely qualified. And I'm sure if Commissioner Preston has an opening in another board, that he would strongly consider her. As well as if one of the mayor's candidates was no longer available, that he would consider her as a citywide candidate. But I do have to agree with the residents and Commissioner Shinesky that, you know, the conceptually, the idea for this board was to have representation from each district within the city. And therefore, I definitely don't feel I can support this nomination.
Okay. Well, we're going to need to take action on this. Commissioner Plout, it's your item. You can make the motion. I will join in that, you know, I trust your judgment too on this, that you've done your homework, and that you know that who you want to appoint to this particular board, and she will be a reflection on you. So if she does a great job, you would have succeeded, and if not, but I think that you have done your homework. There is no district requirement if we wanted a district requirement, then we should have said that when we made the appointments. We did not. And so there is no requirement that Commissioner Plout pick from District 4. Would we have preferred that? Perhaps. But this is his pick to make. And so I trust his judgment as well. And Mr. Plout, it's your item, and so you should make the motion.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. One more point. I do believe in her experience on different boards, and you were on a Hispanic board as well. And I know that the many years that I was an alternate, although I didn't have that final vote, I had a lot to say. An alternate is just as important as the person that makes the vote, because the alternate can say and participate in the meeting. And I did make wonderful points and sway my colleagues at the time, even as an alternate. I think they looked at me as a little bit more than an alternate at the time. This is not a board that's going to go on for the next 4 years. And I do wish that she has a position in this city somehow, but we just have the next 5 months to get this done. And as some other people have said, we have a situation here that not everybody agrees with, but I feel very strongly that she would do a great job for our city. And I see some lights on. So Mayor, should I make a motion or no?
Let's bring this to a landing. I don't know if there's anything new that's going to be added to the discussion that hasn't already been.
Well, then
been
I'll make a
said,
motion and
so-
let's see if I even get a second.
All right, so very briefly, we're going to rein this in, guys, all right? Very briefly, Vice Mayor Preston, followed by Commissioner Shinesky, and I'm stressing very briefly.
Well, Mayor, this is the only forum in which we can discuss something that concerns. And so sometimes it can be brief and sometimes it can't. This is the only forum that we have. So I think everybody needs to be tolerant, including you.
You have a question?
Yes, I do.
Then go
The
ahead,
question-
please.
And the question is, why did you not promote your alternate? I want to know why you didn't do that.
Because I felt that Ms. Swaffer had more experience with the boards. And I realized that we have just a few months left to go in this, and this board will be no more. And I feel that my alternate will be able to give plenty of advice in her position. I look to them as equals, okay? And that's my decision. I wanted the very best person with the most experience to be in this position.
So they're equals, but you looked over it.
Gets a vote,
Okay?
okay? I understand how it works.
Oops, excuse me.
And I'm
Commi-
sorry, it's unusual, but
Commissioner Shinesky.
I'll be ultra quick, I promise you. I have a question to the city attorney. I don't know, I do my homework, maybe I did my homework wrong, but I have a question for the attorney. My esteemed colleague over here says in 5 months, it's going to be over. I've been going to the charter revision meetings And in my opinion, I don't know about any deadline. Then 5 months, it's going to be over, solved, and then we have to bring it over. So my question to the attorney is there a time frame on this charter revision? Is it supposed to end in 5 months? Or because I know there are a lot of areas that haven't even been touched yet. So is there a 5 month deadline, as my esteemed colleague said?
There's no deadline for the completion of their work, but they are serving for 1-year terms under the ordinance. However, we have the ability, you have the ability to extend those terms for additional 6 months if necessary.
So there's no 5 month quote deadline?
May, I think your original appointments needed to be done by May 31st of 2025. So I'm not sure, that may be the year that Commissioner Plout is referring to.
I read that May 26, I read in writing this week, that May of 26 is when we're trying to wrap the board up with recommendations to the commission.
Yeah, and that sounds like the 1-year mark probably from when the original appointments were made.
That's in writing.
When the original appointment's made, but not for the charter revision board to wrap up and have to bring it to us, because I never got that indication. I thought it may take even more time. Is that true?
It could take more time, and if necessary, the commission could extend their terms as
There's
necessary.
no quote deadline for 5 months.
There's no deadline in the ordinance for which their work needs to be complete. There's a term for their service. It's 1-year term with the ability to extend that term.
Like with all the advisory boards, there's, a term length but the board still goes on. So there's no deadline from what I'm understood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. No further lights. Commissioner Plout, back to you.
I'll make a motion to appoint Darlene Swaffar as a regular member of the Charter Review Board.
So a motion to approve item number 3.
Is that confirmed, Commissioner? You are removing also the individual from the board, so if you, okay.
Oh, yes, and
You're
relieve
approving, motion to approve item 3, right? Yeah.
Mr. Bodwig from the board to have or replace him.
Okay, it's a motion for item number 3. Is there a second? I'll pass the gavel to Vice Mayor Preston. Second to motion. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
No.
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinesky,
No.
Mayor Drosky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
No.
Mr. City Attorney, we're on to the consent items 4 through 9.
We are now on
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
consent. Items
I'm
4
sorry, 4
through
through 10.
10.
4 through 10,
yeah,
sorry.
4 through 10 are currently on consent.
Are there any polls for items 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10
I have
by my
comments.
colleagues?
I have comments. I'd
Uh,
like to make a comment on item number 5. I'd like to make a comment on item number 7. I'd like to make a comment on item number 8. I'd like to make a comment on item number 9. And I'd like to make a comment on item number 10, please. Thank you.
Any of my other colleagues would like to comment on 4 through 10? No? Okay, Commissioner Shinesky, you're up.
Say item number, 1 second. Thank you. On item number, okay, item number 5. Okay, I have a comment on item number 5, or a question, if that's all right. I see this is to money for purchase order for the city VACCOM sewer. That's great. But my question is, I know the city has pumps. I know that MWH pump companies right up the block in District 1. We had that flood a few weeks ago. There were houses that were flooded overnight. So my question is, I was told by somebody at MWH that they sold a pump to the city of Deerfield Beach. So there was a pump available in Deerfield Beach. So my question is to the city manager, just one clarification. Why wasn't that pump used on that night when we had torrential rains? Because, many houses on on 8th Avenue, 7th and 6th Avenue were fully flooded. And I really feel that maybe that pump could have alleviated and lessened that flood damage. I just wanted to know why wasn't that pump used? I heard it was by a waste station. I just want clarification on that, please.
I'm not sure what this has to do with item number 5 in particular. Commissioner, did you do your homework?
I do my
Before the homework?
And I
Do you
take
not,
offense, sir.
do you
I
not
take-
ask the
Your
city
Honor,
manager?
I did ask the city manager and I take offense when you say that.
Well, good.
I'm here till
I'm glad.
midnight doing my homework. So please, respectfully, do not say that to me. I do not like that. I do. my
I'm
homework.
sorry your feelings are hurt, but you are wasting the
I'm
commission's
not
time
wasting time.
by
It's a
asking,
legitimate
by asking questions you should have asked before I'm running this meeting. You will be quiet now. You will do your homework before these meetings when you come and
asked
be
the- I asked the
prepared.
City manager.
Be
I asked the city
prepared,
manager
sir.
that question, and I asked him if I could bring that up. And we had a meeting on Monday, sir. I did do my homework.
Then why are you
I asked the
bringing it
city
here if you
manager
knew the answer to
because
your
I wanted
question?
No clarification on that. There was a pump that was not used, and I wanted to know why. I asked the city manager that, and he answered me, but he said I could bring that up also. I think the public should know why that pump was not used. I think it's a legitimate question that the public should know.
Mr. City Manager, do you have any insight?
Regarding MWI and the pump related issue, I also spoke with representatives from MWI, and they also indicated you need to have a place to pump the water. So without having a place to pump the water, I mean, you could pump the water into another neighborhood or into another place, but pumping the water all the way up to the canal is an engineering challenge that you'd have to do an entire, project to get the water pumped up to the canal. Regarding item number 5, it's related to doing the repairs and the parts on one of our vacuum trucks that we need also to have in service for any of these kinds of events. I think you heard earlier, one of the residents mentioned also about the vacuum trucks that were sent into the neighborhood to pump water out as well. So this is a truck that is used for that purpose. It's not the kind of pump that what MWI was referring to. MWI is referring to pumps that pump water into other locations as opposed to this.
Thank you.
You had a question, on item 7?
Yes, you do, sir. Thank you so much. Just a comment or question. Concerning the Butler House, we're going to give them $200,000. It's just a question. And again, I brought it up to the city manager when we have our agenda meeting before the commission. I know 200,000 was given by the state to the Butler House. So that's a lot of money. I mean, by far, in terms of the state grants, that was probably the most given to the Butler House. So why are we, I'm just curious, why are we giving an additional 200,000 from the city's coffer? Or things like private donations, was that looked at? Maybe fundraising, was that looked at? I just want to know, was that examined? Fundraising or private donations before the city gives additional money and they had gotten money from the state? I think that's a legitimate question.
Mr. City Attorney?
Do you want me to answer?
I think that's probably more appropriate for the city manager to.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
to
city
answer.
manager.
I mean, I know we had a prior
I said
agreement.
attorney, but I meant manager. I'm sorry.
So this funding was approved by the commission during the budget workshops and budget hearings. This is phase 3 of actually of 3 phases that are being done at the Butler House. The commission they've already completed phase 1 and phase 2, and our community services has already done an audit and an inspection to ensure that those phase 1 and phase 2 are completed accordingly. And this is simply phase 3 of 3 that the commission authorized during budget, which is regarding some of the items, the ADA ramps and signage, stucco repairs, continuation of the roof repairs that were already part of the previous phases, some HVAC work, as well as some additional signage for the facilities.
Item number 8, Commissioner?
Item number 8, sir. Thank you. I think this is great. This is really great. But my question is, I was told, and again, in discussing with the city manager, that Braithway is over capacity. So I was wondering, with all their programs, why don't they spread out the program to 8 hours? I know former Commissioner Battle had said that there's no parking. I'm just curious why it's not spread out the programs over 8 hours instead of cramming it from, say, 8 to 1. I'm just curious about that. Would that be more effective to spread it out because of the overcapacity? Question to City Manager.
Mr. City Manager?
I'd have to refer to Jonathan on that one.
Mr. Salas, come on down. Good thing you got that award earlier.
Jonathan Salas, Director of Community Services. So we do offer programs from 8 to 5. However, most of our seniors are early risers, so by 1 o'clock, they're ready to head home and take their nap for the day. But we do have programs throughout the day.
Okay.
Yes.
And I just want to say one thing. I want to congratulate Jonathan Salas. I hadn't seen him in about 4 or 5 months, and I saw him at the State of the City a few weeks. He's lost a significant amount of weight, and he looks fantastic. And he looks 20 years younger. And I know how hard it is to lose weight. I want to say congratulations. You look fantastic. It's great for your health. It's great for your family. And I want to say congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Item number 9.
Okay, item number 9. And again, the city manager has been wonderful enough to brief me. I come in 7 in the morning and then I rush to work after. He briefs me. I ask him questions, everything we go over. And I also ask him, is this something that I could bring up? So I do my homework. I clear everything with the city manager. He's been wonderful to me. And I want to say thank you, Rodney, for that. In terms of item number 9, Title 6, basically what this is, it's the city of Deerfield Beach in partnership with Broward County to provide supplementary community shuttle service to connect, Broward County Transit to disadvantaged individuals. So basically and I looked at the backup on this, it offers free door-to-door senior shopping transportation for the community. Now, we just got over the government shutdown. I know a lot of people on SNAPs were really hurt by this. When I campaigned over the winter of last year, a lot of the people in my community, Century Village, are living really hardly getting any food. And especially with all the prices going up for groceries, it's really hurting them. So I had outreach to Community Cares, and we wanted to maybe do a shuttle from Century Village to Nina's Place, which is our food bank on Southwest 10th, and back. And it almost got to the finish line. Unfortunately, something took a curve and it was backed out of. So I had asked the city manager, and I want to bring this up, is there any way that we could use this Title 6 to have transportation or a stop, Broward County transportation, to go from Century Village to Nina's Place, let these residents who are really hurting for food shop and then go back to Century Village? Is that something that maybe we could look into and doing, or put it on the route? Is that something we could do, sir? Bring that to city manager.
So this particular item is about compliance with Title VI and the civil rights laws. We have to do this plan every 3 years. This is the update to that plan so that we can continue receiving the funding that we receive for transportation. As I indicated in our conversation, there are 2 other routes. There's one that goes east-west that you can find on the website, and there's one that goes north-south on the website. The one that goes north-south goes in the vicinity of Nina's Place, and the one that goes east-west goes from the West Deerfield Mall and brings riders east. And Community Services is looking at some of the potential additional stops. But we have to keep in mind also that the stops are regulated, and there are agreements and insurance requirements, ADA requirements, and other things necessary for any stops that are added on any of the bus routes. Those 2 routes that I just mentioned are in cooperation with Broward County Transit, and you can find both of those on the website.
And finally, item number 10, if that's all right, Mayor. In looking at the backup and also discussing with our city manager, basically there is going to be funds, extra money which is concerning water, sewage, or broad-based infrastructure to use this money. My question is, will any of that money go towards Southwest A Street? Because we had a little problem there a few weeks ago. Would the money go to maybe help out that area at Southwest A Street, or will that money go to future wastewater projects in Deerfield Beach? I know we just completed Northwest 45th Avenue and Crystal Lake Stormwater Project, but I was just wondering, could that money also go to Southwest A Street to help our residents in District 1? So I'd like to bring that to the city manager, please.
This item is related to ARPA funds that were approved under President Biden in 2021. And these are carryover funds that were from last fiscal year, last budget year. So these funds that are here are already appropriated for projects and must be spent according to the plan that we gave to the federal government. To do a change order, I believe we have to have this done by December of this year. Yeah, so we have to, these have to be expended immediately. They're carry forwards because the completion did not occur before the end of the last fiscal year.
Jonathan Salas, Director of Community Services. So as the city manager mentioned, the funds had to be encumbered by December 31st, 2025 and expended by December 31st, 2026. So these are ongoing projects, and allocation of these funds were allocated towards Southeast 8th Avenue. Those funds have been all expended. So these are just ongoing projects that weren't completed in fiscal year 25.
Thank you, Mr. Salas. Commissioner Hudak, you have your light on?
Yes, sir. I review the consent items with the city manager ahead of time, and he adequately answers my questions so that we can actually expedite this part of the process. I'm just curious if the city manager is not able to answer your questions prior to commission meetings.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, it was to you, because I want to make sure that you're utilizing the city manager for these types of questions so that we can actually expedite the business meeting.
No, I understand. And again, I want to bring up that city manager Rodney Brimlow and assistant city manager Eric Powers, they've been fantastic. Every time I have a question, they get right back to me. They explain it to me. They've been wonderful. And I really appreciate Rodney and Eric. They do a great job. But I'm also a public servant. I was elected by my constituents to get up here and answer questions. I have a full-time job as well, and I'm an hourly worker, and I have to be at work the next day also. Even when we were at that 3 a.m. meeting, I was up the next day and I was hard at work. So I understand about expediency and you want to run through this, but when it comes to the public, like my dear dad used to say, no question is stupid. We're up here to ask questions, to make sure the public is fully involved. And I'm going to keep asking questions, and I'm going to keep making sure that the public of Deerfield Beach is fully aware. I think transparency is the most important thing.
I think that's important as well, sir. So I know what a commissioner in Fort Lauderdale does is he actually puts out a newsletter before the commission meetings answering those questions. So maybe you should do that as opposed to asking redundant questions that we already know the answer to, because all you're doing is slowing up the process. The questions that your constituents may have would be better served by you holding meetings and answering those questions, as opposed to doing it here in front of the public who has specific questions. And the consent items are items that you should really have those questions answered by the city manager before the meeting. And if your constituents have questions on those, you should be answering those directly to your constituents.
My constituents are not always aware of the questions to be asked. So it's really, I feel it's my job to make them aware. And I go to every single community meeting in my district. Every opening of an envelope, I'm there. I even take off from work to come to public meetings. And I make sure that everybody knows all the facts, because unfortunately, a lot of people aren't aware. And it's my job and my responsibility to make them aware. In terms of the newsletter and things like that, that's a whole other avenue that I really don't want to go into right now. But I'm doing everything possible to get information out to my constituents. And I feel that's very important to me. I'm sorry that we're not as expedient. I'm sorry that maybe you have other things to do. I'm sorry. But I'll be here 24/7 for my people, and I feel very strongly about
I
that.
think it's important that you're here for your people, but when we're doing a budget item for a vacuum truck and you're bringing up items about a water pump that have been asked or answered to you on at least 3 occasions, it just delays these meetings. And I think you need to also, look at individuals' time. If you have questions that need to be answered, you should be doing those on your time and not all of these individuals' time.
Well, I want to say something that's very important, and it's with total honesty. When we had the town hall meeting about the flood and residents from District 1 were here, I sat through the whole meeting and I saw you there as well. When the meeting was over, I went to somebody, and I'm not going to say who, he's a wonderful person. And I asked him, do we have a pump? Does Deerfield Beach have a pump? I don't know. I mean, I don't know where the pumps are. I asked the person, and the person did say, no, we don't. And I said, well, how about MWAI or whatever? Aren't they up the block? Don't they sell pumps? And I was told by this person, no, and it's a quote. And with all honesty, the person said, no, they wouldn't sell it to us. So I don't know. So I called up the owner of MWHH, I'm sorry, the company,
Yeah.
and I asked him, and he said, quote, in a conversation, he said, yes, they sold it to the city. The city had it. So evidently I was given the wrong
But there's no
information.
place to pump the water, sir.
There-
That
I-
has
I
nothing to
was
do
told
with
by
the
the
vacuum
department,
pump.
But it's at least something to discuss, Mike. I'm sorry. The bottom line is people were upset. I was trying to get the information out. And you know something? I do the same thing. I'm sorry if it circumvents your time, but I think it's important for the people to know. That's where I
Commissioner, it's
feel.
not circumventing time or rushing through a meeting. It's a matter of asking questions that you should already know the answer to.
But I was
If
given the
you're-
wrong information.
you're up here-
Mayor, I told
if you're
you,
up
I was
here-
given the wrong information. When I did research, I was told by the exact source that no, we did sell the pump to the city. The city has the pump, and the pump was not used. When I contacted Boca Raton and spoke to the Public Works Director, he said that on that night, they had boots on the ground and they used their pump. So they didn't have as much damage as this city did in District 1.
And they also said that they had 10 homes that were damaged by the flood, as we did here in Deerfield Beach.
They said it wasn't as bad. So I'm just going with the information. I'm just giving it out. All right.
Vice Mayor Preston.
Yes, there's an attitude that we all must have up here, and there's a lot of challenges going on right now. Commissioner, my colleagues are just trying to relate to you a process and a decorum that the dais has to have. You made a statement that maybe you guys want to run through this. There is no person up here that really wants to run through this. This is a business meeting. You're spending people's money. So there is an agenda of which there are ordinances, there are resolutions that are put in front of you. It is our job to challenge each one of those with multiple questions in representation of the people. And we can either say to the city manager, because he works for all of us, I need more information on that. And then the proper way would be to come and say, on whatever particular item, I have an issue with number, whatever, can we put it on the agenda or whatever? But nobody up here really wants to run through it. That's unfair. That's not right to say that. Everybody here is concerned about how the city spends its money and the way that that money is spent. So it's not a thing of time, but says consent. If you look at the word itself, consent, it's that you have done everything. I called up Mr. Brimlow, and I had some questions about certain things. Clear this up for me. I asked him to do that. He did that. it's no need for me to bring it up because it's clear to me. And when I bring it up and the manner that I bring it up, it could be very confusing to the public. It can almost seems as though staff is not being forthright and they're hiding things. And so we just have to understand consent means it's already been consented. It's done. And I think we should ask questions. I think it's right for you to ask questions when it's appropriate to ask questions. And all of us have done it. Every one of us have done it. But in this portion of the meeting, this is something that it challenges every commissioner up here to do the research, do whatever you need to do. So when it comes down to the voting part, this is on the consent agenda, so that it means that it is expedited. But being expedited does not mean it went without research. That does not infer that at all. So that's unfair for you to say maybe we want to rush through it. That's not right.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Madam Clerk, is there anyone that signed up for items 4 through 10 this evening? Is there anyone inside the public commission chamber that'd like to speak on items 4 through 10?
Roger Freitag, 418 Southeast Second Street, Deerfield Beach, Florida. Resolution number 6. I thought we were getting away from chlorine. Every year, we have a 5, 6, 7-day period where chlorine smells come out of all of our taps, toilets, and everything else. Is that still the way we're moving forward? Or are we going to use something different than chlorine? And I'd like to say on a personal note, I really don't appreciate you, Mr. Mayor, getting in people's face and getting all aggravated. This is a city meeting. If you guys can't behave like normal human people, I mean, you're not juveniles anymore. We're not in junior high and we're not arguing who's going to date Becky. So you know what? Let's try and keep it a little bit lighthearted. I appreciate some of the questions that are asked by certain commissioners because I don't get the backup. So if Daniel Shinetsky asks a question, if Thomas Plout asks a question, Michael Hudak, he seems to know everything. He must have a lot of time on his hands that he can do all the background checks. Then fine, so be it. But not all of the residents who work 5, 6 days a week have time to research everything. Like I said earlier, I don't have time to go through 375 pages of a BSO contract when the only information that I need is how many boots are on the ground, how many chiefs, how many Indians. So let's move forward and try and stay positive if we could. Thank you.
Anyone else in the commission chamber would like to speak?
Hi, Glenn Lockery, 1316 Southeast Fifth Court. I just saw this agenda item. I'm a big supporter of the Butler House in general. There's very few historical properties left in South Florida. I feel the ones we have are really important. I served over 10 years on the Florida Council on Arts and Culture, so I've reviewed thousands of grants and studies. And historical properties are a huge draw for tourist industry. Tourists stay longer and spend more money when a city has cultural venues for them to visit. A pioneer house like the Butler House is a great example of this kind of attraction. I strongly support public funding for the arts, projects like these. Since Tallahassee has turned its back on the arts and cultures, our cities must fill the gap. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Lockery. Commissioners, come on down, please. Just let us know which numbers, please.
Yeah, I'll definitely do that. Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. I do want to speak about number 7, but I would be remiss if I forgot to mention previously what a special day it is for me when I can see the city manager twice in the same day. I had the privilege of watching the city manager testify under oath in a deposition regarding Tula Amana's lawsuit against the city of Deerfield Beach for violation of her due process rights in regards to the city's ITN and awarding the 20-year Pier restaurant lease. So I am a proud member of the Deerfield Beach Historical Society. Here is my membership card. I was just at a wonderful event Friday night at the Historical Society with Steve Minotti performing. The fact that the Deerfield Beach Historical Society is one of the jewels of the city of Deerfield Beach is not the issue here. The issue is, over the last 2 years, the city of Deerfield Beach has given the Deerfield Beach Historical Society $585,000, not including grant money that the Historical Society has received from the state of Florida. To put the dollar amount in perspective, the next largest dollar amount given to a nonprofit over the last 2 years was $125,000 given to the Deerfield Beach Packer Rattlers. Why is all this taxpayer money suddenly going to the Historical Society over the last 2 years? In the past, Mayor Gans told all the nonprofits that it was not the city's responsibility to be their fundraising arm and that they would have to make do on their own. So what has changed lately in Deerfield Beach? What changed was the mayoral election earlier this year. Our new Mayor Drosky was looking for support from the civic organizations around town. What better way to ingratiate yourself to organizations like the Historical Society than to give them lots of money? The hypocrisy here is that the city is nickel and diming BSO in the contract negotiations, which on the police side, there remains a difference of only $300,000 over the 5% contractual cap. Remember, the city has given the Historical Society twice that much money over the last 2 years. If the city manager wants to give all this money to just one civic organization, that's fine. But please stop the garbage of saying publicly that he is protecting the taxpayers when it comes to the BSO fire and police contract. You can't have it both ways, Rodney.
Anyone else inside the commission chamber would like to speak on items 4 through 10? Madam Clerk, is there anyone online? Okay, we'll go to Katie Freitag first. Name and address and just let us know which numbers you're speaking on, please.
Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast Second Street. Pick a number. It's more along the lines, my comment is more along the lines of why it's considered a consent agenda. A consent agenda item is where information has been processed within city departments and a consensus has been formed. Again, we cannot spend any city money until it is approved by the commissioners. So therefore, a consensus has been taken that we're going to spend this money, but it can't be official until the commission signs off on it. There's a lot of times when there's members of the that the citizens don't necessarily have all the backup that you have. Yes, we can go through the backup that's provided with the agenda for the evening, but that's not everything that you know. It's not like we get it in enough advanced time to be able to sit and have a scheduled meeting with Manager Brimlow or even Attorney Soroka. We don't have time, and they don't have time to sit and talk to every single one of us regarding every single item. That's why it is a consent agenda, and that's why it's very important that the commissioners have the chance to ask any question that they feel or deem necessary regarding every single item that they are spending and approving money to be spent on. There's a fine line there, guys. We just got to do a better job of paying attention to that. Thank you.
Thank you. I will say we get the same backup that the public gets at the same exact time. When it's posted online, we get it, you get it. We don't get any other additional information unless we individually ask for it. And so if there's questions that the public has, I encourage you to reach out to myself or my colleagues or the city manager in advance so that these questions are answered in advance, so that you have your questions answered, so that we're not answering questions here on the fly. This is a business meeting, and so it's easier to answer your questions in advance than for you to come and ask us for the first time, and we may or may not be prepared to give you the answer. So questions in advance are always appreciated, and because we get the same exact information that's posted online that you do. Mr. Ungian was next. Jonathan Ungian was next. Go ahead, please.
Jonathan Ungian, 1938 Northeast 6th Street. Got to tell you, 45 minutes plus of my time has been wasted tonight listening to this. There was not a single question asked that was regarding the way the city is spending its money or a concern with how this city is spending its money. The fact that the community may have a question on this, ask it. But the fact that a commissioner knew the answer to every single question and didn't have a concern with how this city is spending its money, which is what the purpose of the consent agenda is mind-blowing, and only, I believe, because they want to hear their own voice. Have respect for the time of the people who want to speak in this meeting, because 45 plus minutes of my time, which is valuable, just like all of yours, was wasted asking questions that were not about how this city is spending its money. The best people in this city should be elected also for whatever role that it is, the best candidate, not because of where they live, the best candidate. And the fact of this city and its progress is just mind-blowing, how this city fights progress. Looks at 20-story towers apparently as being negative. You know, we need to do better as a city. Our city isn't great. Look around it. Our homes around it are not great. We need improvement. We need progress. Status quo doesn't get you anywhere. It gets you higher taxes and worse services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anjian. Madam Clerk, anyone else online? Okay. Anyone else on deck? Okay, Mr. Egan, go ahead. Looks like you need to unmute yourself, Mr. Egan. We're going to give you a couple more seconds. Everybody's staring at the red microphone to see when it's going to go off. Mr. Egan, there we go. There it went on cue.
Sorry about that. TJ Egan, 1372 Southeast 5th Street. I'm not sure where Mr. Hurst is getting this figure as to what the city has given to the Deerfield Beach Historical Society. I've been on the board for 15 years and I'm the past president. We have not gotten anything close to that amount of money from the city. We've been supported by the city. We appreciate it. Actually, what we've gotten from grants from the city, from the community development grant, has gone down from 30 to 25 to this year to only 20. We did 3 years ago get a grant to try or to help with our renovation of the Butler House. That has been slowly worked down. We've only drawn off of that $200,000, a little more than $100,000. So this is just a made-up number. I don't know where he came close to getting that number. The number is a lot closer to, I don't know, 150, and a large portion of that, 100 of it has been solely for the renovation of the Butler House. And in those instances, what we have to do is to put out the money, show the check that has been paid, and then we get reimbursed for those very specific expenses. What we're going to be able to do by opening up and finishing the renovation of the Butler House is going to be a great boom for everybody in this city. And it's a great investment. And the gentleman before who had mentioned that monies expended or spent on historical places and on tourism comes back in a lot bigger amounts than it was ever spent. So it's a great investment. There's nothing close to $500,000 has been given to the Historical Society. That's just totally made up. And this is really something that will benefit our entire city. And I just wanted to be clear that we're all working together on this particular item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Egan. Madam Clerk, I don't see any more hands. Do you online? I don't see anyone rushing the microphone in here, so. All right, Mr. Cummings, go ahead. Which item or items, please?
Joe Cummings, 267 Oak Ridge P. I believe it's item 7. You know, $200,000. I recently learned that a Broward County sheriff colonel makes $248,000 a year, and they're requesting a 30% increase. While the rank and file, the firefighters riding the apparatus, the deputy sheriffs on the street are only expected to get maybe 11%. But the fact is, this $200,000 going to preserve history and acting as a tourist destination and as a city treasure, I think is a cheap price to pay as opposed to $300,000 for a BSO colonel. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings. Anyone else? Last call. We're going to close the public hearing on items 4 through 10. Commissioner.
Motion to approve items 4 through 10.
Second.
Motion to approve items 4 through 10 by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes, we are on to Mr. City Attorney number 11.
Item number 11 is a motion in consideration to direct the city manager to execute a contract with the Urban Land Institute, ULI, to provide a technical advisory panel to review and provide recommendations regarding Article 11, beach development of the city charter. If it's okay with you, Mayor, I'll give a brief
Yes, of course.
preview of this item. As you all know, the Charter Review Board is currently going through the process of reviewing the city charter. The Charter Review Board discussed the potential to bring in an outside advisor, specifically to advise them with respect to Article 11 of the city charter. There are 2 separate sections in Article 11. The first one deals with the development restrictions on the beach area being east of the intercoastal, and the other provision deals with restrictions with respect to the city parking lot on the beach area. They held a special meeting to bring in a consultant to discuss what the consultant could provide. That consultant was the Urban Land Institute, or ULI, and the consultant gave a presentation on their TAP process, or technical advisory process. And ultimately, what the board decided was they made a motion, which was approved, to recommend to you all to approve a contract with ULI. And they charge $25,000 for the technical advisory panel process to assist in review and guidance on Article 11 of the city charter. So that's what's before you tonight. There was no money set aside in this year's budget or for this board for this purpose, hence why it needs to come to you, and you all would need to take action to authorize the expenditure.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Seeing no lights, we'll go straight to the public hearing. Anyone would like to speak on item number 11 from the public? Come down, state your name, address, and you have 3 minutes. Ms.
Good
Ellington, you're
evening.
first.
Thank you. Good evening. Tinka Ellington, 1517 Southeast 6th Street, Deerfield Beach. I am the vice chair of the Charter Review Committee, and I just wanted to let you know we, as a Charter Review Committee, we spent quite a bit of time researching different consulting companies as well as the Urban Land Institute, and we found no other group that would assist us in coming up with some kind of a public forum where we can get input from the public as well as recommendations from these experts. ULI, other than ULI. As the city attorney mentioned, they're a nonprofit organization. Their fee is $25,000, which is a tiny little amount compared to what consulting companies would charge for something like this. Their recommendation is a 3-day, what do they call it, Anthony? A 3-day.
It's the TAP process, technical advisory panel.
Thank you. where 6 different people from all over Florida, all walks of life in terms of land development come together, and they really look at the city and especially the island with a fresh set of eyes. They're attorneys, they're land developers, they're urban planners, and we as the committee members, we're just volunteers and citizens who love our city and want to help, but we are no experts. So I just respectfully ask that you consider allowing the city manager to sign this contract so we can have this planning session. And very important also, and I really want to make an effort to let the public know, the this 3-day event that ULI is recommending is open to the public. That's what it's all about. All of our meetings are open to the public. When we come as the Charter Review Committee, we're sitting up here and we want to hear from the public. We've had very minimal input from the public. It's usually the same 3 or 4 people, and that's about it. So I just want to invite the city members to be part of the potential ULI 3-day event, as well as our meetings. And just want to make sure people realize that also the committee, nor you gentlemen up here, will be making any charter review decisions. It's an election and something that will get elected and voted on. And I think that a lot of citizens are misunderstanding that. So I just wanted to point that out to hopefully put a couple of concerns to rest. And another concern that I want to put to rest is nobody's planning on building 100-story skyscrapers. Nobody has any preconceived notions on what we're going to do. We're just here to gather facts and recommendations, and I want to present that to you all so that the public can vote on it. That's it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Scott, you're next.
Terry Scott, 180 Southwest 3rd Avenue. I asked that you all go and look for somebody else. Just not one company to come here. We need to hear from others in our presentation when you was talking about spending $25,000. That you a lot done been here before. Urban League done been here. If we go back, Dixie Highway, and they came in. They walked Dixie Highway. I won't forget that. And they still didn't find out the problem with Dixie Highway. So I would ask you all to look at others. And just because they're non-for-profit, just don't say, give them $25,000. City manager, if you could, find us some other folks. Look at some other places. Bring some other consultants in here. If we're going to spend money, taxpayers' dollars, then let us have a bidding out there for it, just not one institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Freitag, come on down.
Roger Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street, Deerfield Beach, Florida. ULI has been here once before. We're still working on the downtown plan to try and do things with our park and the whole area on Northeast 2nd Avenue from basically Hillsborough or the tennis courts all the way down to Southwest 10th Street. I agree with the gentleman who just spoke before me. ULI has been here before. I appreciate what Ms. Ellington said. However, bringing people in and developers from other cities, whether it be Cape Coral, Bonita Springs, Sarasota, Longboat Key, that might be fine and dandy, but how do those people impact the residents of Deerfield Beach? Why can't we have our own little meeting here and see what people would like to see down at the beach? And then we can maybe approach developers and other people who want to spend money in the city. I was promised by Bill Gantz that after the act that changed last year in January, that brought upon the removal of the Clevelander Hotel and the neighboring business because of the Live Local Act. That's what my real concern is. Is the Live Local Act going to affect our charter? I was told that it won't, but I don't believe it. So I think we need to do some more research and have some more conversations, because when I see beach development, what does that really mean? Are we developing the S-turn? Are we going to get rid of JB's and Oceans and put a 10-story condo tower right on the water? I think these questions are pertinent, and I would hope that the city commission, the city manager, and everybody involved, including Mr. Power, that we have some input by the residents, have some town hall meetings if we need to, and let's move forward from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freitag. Mr. Hurst, come on down.
Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. Before I give my opinion on ULI, I need to clear up some misinformation. First of all, the Charter Review Board is meeting just 2 days from now at Thursday at 6:30 p.m. right here in this room. And one of the things that they will be voting on is whether to move the elections from March to November. And of course, it's just a recommendation. I also want to clear up some misinformation because I attended the October 16th meeting of the Charter Review Board, and there were 12 people here, and 10 of them spoke passionately about changing the elections from March to November. So there weren't 3 people here, there were 12, and 10 of them spoke. Now, in regards to ULI, I think they're a wonderful organization. You could not find a better organization to come in here and do this study. The $25,000 is a pittance. ULI is experts in their field. They can't be bribed. They can't be compromised. And they are definitely the right people to talk about the thing that the Charter Review Board hasn't even gotten close to yet, which is changing the height of the buildings on the island over 5 stories and changing the density from the current 40%. And those people are the best qualified to give advice to all of you, whether it pays to do that or not. And they are beyond reproach. And the bargain price of $25,000, you won't do better no matter how far you look. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hurst. I think we both should buy lottery tickets because it's 2 meetings in a row. We're actually going to agree on something. Anyone else? Former Mayor Noland, come on down.
Peggy Nolan, 325 Southeast 3rd Terrace, Deerfield Beach. I am the chairman of the Charter Review Board, and I'm following Tinka, and hoping that we can move through with this. If this is not the greatest time for you all to decide on giving money to us, we understand it, because we're not going to be done in 5 months. Just so you all know, there's no way we're going to be done in 5 months with the Charter Review. But if at this time is not a good time because you didn't put the money in the budget, and you have to figure out a way, or Rodney has to figure out a way to come up with money so that they can advise us, so that we can be educated and we can pass on what they advise us of to you all, because you're going to make a decision and then it'll be for the voters. So whatever you decide, I just want you to know we're proud. Come to the meetings, please. The people that are watching on TV, come to the Charter Review meetings. And I know I've been told that I shouldn't let the people talk, but I usually do. I like the people in the audience talk besides the alternates, because I think it's important if people come here that they show up, let them talk. We're an advisory board. I want your opinion. You live here in the city, and that's something that I really believe that they should be able to do. So whatever you decide, again, I understand if we don't have the money to do it at this time, but please keep it in the back of your heads, that if you can come up with a way to be able to finance this, I think it would be very good for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Noland. We will go online. Madam Clerk, I see Gwen Clark Reed and Mr. Ungian. So we'll go just in order that I see it. Gwen Clark Reed, you'll be first. Mr. Ungian, you'll be on deck.
Gwen Clark Reed, 1430 Southwest 6th Way. I'm just wondering if the Charter Review Advisory Board is not going to need consultants in in some of the other issues that are coming up. around changing the charter. So is there a way that they can project what things that they're going to need consultants on, and we can look at how we're going to get that money that will be needed, and just how we'll go about selecting those consultants? Thank you.
Thank you, former state representative. And now, Mr. Jonathan Ungean, please, followed by Katie Freitag.
Jonathan Ungean, 1938 Northeast Sixth Street. So I think $25,000, as Mr. Hers said, is nothing compared to, you know, the services that would be rendered and the professionals that would be involved in this. Mr. Freitag touched on a point that I've been harping on, which is good development. Do you want to see live local projects where this city, where the developers look at what's happening within a mile and the density allowed in the municipality, which is what Live Local allows for, and then 40% affordable housing to get the most maximum? Or do you want to see something in the middle that makes sense? The beach is our most valuable land. And the reality is a 0.4 FAR is not very much. And we need a bigger, better tax base. And we need redevelopment. For instance, the project right next to, the property right next to that's an eyesore, the old hotel there, the Beachcomber, or I forget the name, or the one next door that is being rehabbed currently. And they were both, just from what I understand, sold. These properties should be marquee, higher, nicer, not saying 20 stories such as Miss Ellington, but you know, we need better development, and you need land regulations that allow for development of good properties that will not change traffic and do all these other things that we're talking about, that will bring a better tax base that again allows us to pay for services without a bigger chunk of money coming out of our pockets in the form of tax increases. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ungean. Katie Freitag, you're next, and I don't see anyone else after that. Good, Ms. Freitag.
Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast Second Street. I am all for good development. I'm all for good development. And again, I will say, I'm all for good development. I'm not for allowing businesses to come in and shove 10-story buildings down our throat every chance they get. And that's where we are going to end up if we don't remain with the 5-story cap limit on the island. I know that there are people that are in the city that want to see this changed, but we don't have the capacity on our small island, basically one street in, one street out, when you had bicycles going over the bridge, one lane in, one lane out, to be able to deal with the capacity of, yes, the increased parking, the increased traffic, the increased people all over the island. Try living on the island and try to get off the island at 2 o'clock on a Saturday or 2 o'clock on a Sunday. It takes hours to get anywhere during season. Adding larger, bigger developments that are not necessarily good for our business, good for our city, is not the best answer. Yes, I will come back with a great solution or potential solutions. Again, it has to go back in front of the board. It has to go back onto the voting for anybody, all of us to vote on to make any changes. That's a key factor. But remember who we're putting in the positions to bring this information to us. That's also something very much to consider. If you have an ulterior motive behind why you are serving on a board, then you shouldn't be serving on that board. So that is my personal thought, my recollection, and my recommendation. Good development is good development. Overdevelopment is not good development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Freitag. Madam Clerk, I don't see anyone else online. Am I missing someone? Last call for inside the commission chamber. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing on item number 11 this evening. We'll go to commission comments, and Commissioner Shinsky, I saw your light first, followed by Commissioner Hudak.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you. I've been going to the charter revision meetings. Excellent. They're run very well. I like the dialogue. But I feel, the key word here is Charter Revision Advisory Board. It's an advisory board. I don't like the precedent of giving an advisory board $25,000. I don't know, $25,000 is a lot of money to me, and that's city taxpayer money. I think the city commission should be the one to make the decisions on hiring, consulting, spending money on questions. I think it's a task of the Charter Revision Advisory Board to talk about it, get some public input, and then pass it along to the city commission. The city commissioners are the ones that are accountable. We're accountable to the public. And believe me, if people are not happy with what's being brought from the advisory to us, they're going to let us know. We're the ones that are accountable. I think it would be redundant and really a waste of money to give the money to the advisory board, and then when the commission gets it, we may want to go another route. We may want to use another consultant. So just giving money from one to where we're going to be using it later on, I think that's redundant. In terms of the ULI, I know that we had a ULI project concerning Central City, and it didn't go anywhere. We spent money on that. We had a ULI project concerning the Deerfield Beach Tri-Rail. Did a big study, and nothing happened with it. And also, last year in 2024, when I was sitting here, there was a ULI presentation concerning visual density, which is something that the advisory board are going to be talking about. Nothing happened with it. And my colleague, Commissioner Hudak, even said, we're spending all this money and all this time for these presentations, and it's not going anywhere. So I really feel that the advisory board is not a place to be giving $25,000 of our taxpayers' money. I think it should go to the city commission. They should make that decision based on the public input when the time comes. That's number one. I've done my homework, and I've outreached to other cities who have recently done their charter revision, completed it. And I asked them those questions. And they basically said they went to the Florida League of Cities, in which we're a member of, Deerfield Beach, and they gave them resources and information. They also said that they went to the Broward League of Cities, and they gave them information and resources to help them make the advisory, questions. And they also went to the National League of Cities, and they got resources from them as well. I know my colleague here and I know Commissioner Hudak, I think you guys are going to in Utah, right? They're going to Utah. So Deerfield Beach is a member of the National League of Cities, the Florida League of Cities, and the Broward League of Cities, and they have resources. They could answer those questions. It takes a little bit more legwork from the advisory board, but they're free. They're not $25,000 of taxpayers' money. Also, we have a great staff here. Rodney Brimlow is excellent. Every time I ask a question, he always gets me the answer. Eric Power is fantastic. Every question I ask him, he'll get back to me on it. We have a great staff here in Deerfield Beach that we're spending taxpayer money on. So I don't feel that giving $25,000 to an advisory board, no matter what kind of job they do, is something that's really prudent for the city. I'd rather spend that $25,000 on a consultant to fix our obsolete police and fire stations that are falling apart. I think that's the hot question now. So I don't think this is a time to spend money on this right now.
Commissioner Hudak, you're next, followed by Vice Mayor Preston.
Well, a couple of years ago, the band The Eagles had a tour called Hell Froze Over Tour. When they all got back together. I hope Judy Wilson is listening, and WSVN and Local 10 News. because this is probably the first time in 6 years that I want to say that I agree with Mr. Dan Hers. This is an advisory committee, and I want to make sure that they're as educated as possible. There was a lot of pushback in order to get this charter review committee off the ground. It took 5 years for the dais to finally approve this request of mine. And I want to make sure that they have all of the tools available to make the most educated decision possible. Yes, there have been numerous charter review, ULI studies done. You're correct, Commissioner. But the reason why nothing has happened has nothing to do with the information that we have received from them, which has been excellent information. The reason nothing has happened is fall directly on the city, whether it's the dais, whether it's the management, whether the timing isn't right, whether it's the public who does not agree with those decisions. But it's still vitally important that we rely on experts in order to provide us with as much information as possible. Yes, Broward League of Cities, Florida League of Cities, National League of Cities are organizations that we are associated with and we pay dues to. I do not believe that they have the experts that will actually come into the city and we'll do a 3-day study and sit down. And again, that study is open to the public, and it's vitally important that, as Ms. Nolan and Ms. Ellington stated, that the public get involved. They are volunteers. We have all selected them because we want to make sure that the Charter Review Committee looks at each aspect of the charter to make sure that it's relevant, make sure that it's updated. I personally have not attended any of the meetings because I do not want to unduly influence the meetings. This is for the public. They will, again, once they have completed their assignments, they'll bring it forth to the commission. And then the commission will just, allow it to go on the ballot. And then the public will decide. So this commission will not make any decisions that the Charter Review Board has made. It will be the public that ultimately makes whatever decisions are recommended, whether a positive or a negative, whether it's a March election, whether it's a November election. That's a decision that's going to be made by the public. And I think that's, all we can ask for is that the public decide on where their city goes. And to make sure that the advisory committee has the information that they're requesting in order to make educated decisions, especially with dealing with the barrier island. As Commissioner Shinetsky said, this is, a very important part of our city, and we want to make sure we get it right. We don't want individuals with ulterior motives. And I believe that the individuals that we all selected for this board have open minds, and they're looking out for the city that they want to live in, that they want to, raise their children in. And I do not believe that there are any ulterior motives in that committee, and I'm very proud to say that. And I will support this motion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor Preston.
Thank you, Mayor. The ones that have spoke about the cost of this is a concern because anytime you spend any of the money for anything concerning our city, you got to carefully think it out for the money that you are spending for what you're getting back. So Mr. Scott and others make a valid point. However, when you listen to those that are on the charter review, Peggy is right. about the consideration. Tinker is right. About how this is going to be handled, the role of the ULI. And as my colleague said, the city commission can't make any changes, just like the board itself. They can only make recommendations, but in making those recommendations, they ought be thorough. The ULI is an organization that is thorough. It's going to be able to present objective information for consideration. If they're not going to bring something forward like this coming from that committee, then I don't really know why they're on the committee. So it's important that they bring this forward so we can look at it, though there is a validity of how much money is being spent and how that money is being spent. And Peggy graciously said, if you don't do it now, you need to have consideration. I'm personally not comfortable with an RFP on this. I just don't think that that's the way to go. So I'm in agreement with my colleague. I will support this.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Anytime that we expend public dollars, we need to question the expense and whether the cost benefit analysis is worth it or not. And so the ULI, I think we all have agreed, that has come into the city and done projects for us in the past, has done so with spectacular results. They've given us a treasure trove of information. What we do with that information is then up to us. But the information and the tools that they have provided us is incalculable. So the $25,000, if you were to go and retain these 5 or 6 experts for 3 days, there is no way you're going to retain one of those experts for $25,000 for 3 full days, let alone 5 or 6, and to get the report out of it. So the $25,000 in the cost benefit analysis is a minimal expense for the information that we're going to get out of this process. I want to thank Chair Nolan and Vice Chair Ellington for coming forward and bringing this to us. This is exactly what we do. We create these boards and we put on them the best individuals that we deem so, to come back and give recommendations to the commission. And for them to do their job, they have boldly said, we need more information. We want more information to be able to do our jobs, to be able to come back to you, commission, and give you the recommendation that we think is best. But we can't give you that recommendation unless we need expert advice. And so the expert advice that they're seeking is from the ULI, which we have used before. And I think the $25,000 is a small expense to pay. And by the way, the $25,000 that you would pay to anyone else or to the other experts, I mean, you're paying them to give you an opinion that you already want. These are individuals that have no preconceived notions, will come into Deerfield Beach and give us their unfiltered opinion as to what they think, and will give the committee, I think, the best recommendation that they can, so they have the information to come back to the commission with the best possible recommendation. So I too would be in favor of number 11. Commissioner Plout, you have your light on? You'd like to speak or make a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to speak, and I would be for this. Vice Chair Ellington said it all in her initial comment that we're not experts and we need some help on this, and we should honor that. And Chair Nolan came forward and reinforced that. So you've got the 2 people in charge of the board that are asking us very nicely for some help. And I'm not on this board long enough to know how much experts cost, but they cost a lot of money, and I can't put a price on it. But I have to agree with the expertise of you folks that have already been on this board for many, many years to know how much these things could possibly cost. Sounds like a deal to me. I'm for it.
Is that a motion, Commissioner?
I'll make a okay.
Hint?
I'll make a motion to direct the city manager to execute a contract with the Urban Land Institute to provide technical advisory panel to review and provide recommendations regarding Article 11 beach development of the city charter. And I'm
Second.
That's a long way to say a motion to approve item number 11.
Yeah.
Seconded by Commissioner Plout, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. Would you call the roll, please, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes.
We are now on comments by administration and legal. No further comments from legal tonight.
None from city manager.
Item number 12, Mr.
We are now on
Attorney.
city commission business. Item number 12 is an ordinance of the city commission of the city of Deerfield Beach, Florida, amending sections 2-377 code enforcement citation procedures and 2-378 schedule of civil penalties of Article 6 code enforcement of Chapter 2 administration of the city code of ordinances to establish the process and penalties for the enforcement of snipe sign violations and other code violations related to temporary signs being installed in the public rights of way or on city property, providing for codification, severability, conflicts, and an effective date. This is first reading. Mayor Drosky is the sponsor of this item. The mayor asked me what we could do to provide some enhanced additional enforcement mechanisms for some of the snipe sign and temporary sign issues we're having in the public rights of way and on public property. These are the signs that you see along the medians as you drive down Hillsborough and certain other streets that are not permitted to be there, that are prohibited by the code. And many times it's very difficult to enforce the prohibitions in our code because, you know, the business isn't in the city, maybe that's being advertised, et cetera, et cetera. So what this ordinance does is provide for those enhanced enforcement provisions. It's currently a code enforcement violation right now, subject to the standard penalty and special magistrate process. However, what this ordinance would add is making it eligible for code enforcement officers to use the civil citation process in lieu of the notice of violation process, which is similar to like getting a parking citation. You know, you either pay it or you appeal it and you go to a hearing. There's no real time to correct. This is a scenario where sort of the damage is already done, that it's already in the right of way. This is not for scenarios where it's on private property. It's in the public right of way or on public property, and it's prohibited from being there. The civil citation process also includes escalating fines based on repeat violations. For example, the first one that you do when you're caught, you get $100. Second one, $200. Third one, $300. The fourth one is a $500 fine and a mandatory court appearance. We also give the ability to issue notices to appear, which means if you've already had 3 violations and you're getting another one, then you're going to get a notice to appear. You're going to have to appear in criminal court before a judge. And if you don't appear in criminal court before a judge, judges have mechanisms to get you to try to appear. And they have a little bit more enforcement authority than we do. Also, there is also a presumption created within this ordinance that the person, business, or organization whose information is displayed on that sign is essentially going to be deemed responsible for directing or otherwise permitting that sign unless they can rebut that presumption. If it has your business name on it and call so-and-so, essentially what we're providing is that if that's what it says, there's going to be a presumption that you either directed or allowed for that. You can certainly rebut that if you want to challenge it as well. Again, mandatory court appearance, escalating fines, and this is just another tool in the toolbox. It's not the only exclusive means for enforcing snipe signs and temporary signs. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. So I want to just add to that I appreciate you taking the time to drafting this. So I don't know if you realize that the city picks up anywhere from 1,000 to 1,500 snipe signs per week in the city. That's a lot of snipe signs. That's a lot of time that code enforcement is spending using their resources just collecting snipe signs. And so when you look at the snipe signs, you'll realize that a lot of them are not even from or in the city of Deerfield Beach. And so under the current mechanisms that we have in the code, it's very difficult to reach those companies that are outside our city borders. We have the code process for those companies that are violating within our city borders, but those companies that are outside the city borders, which tend to be the majority of them, where these signs are coming from, we have a harder time reaching them. So this is an opportunity to institute the civil citation process to reach out to those companies that if you're going to sign pollute in the city of Deerfield Beach, there's going to be penalties for it, because anyone that drives around this city, including myself, we all drive around every single day and we all see the snipe signs for anything. Right now, very popular is the holiday lighting, from pressure washing to cheap homes, buy my car, you name it. Those have to go. The sign pollution in Deerfield Beach has to stop. And this is one way to give code enforcement another tool in their arsenal to prevent that. And that's why, with the help of the city attorney's office, that I wanted to bring this forward. I see a couple lights. And then we'll do the public hearing. I'm not sure who was first, so Commissioner Hudak?
Thank you. So if the family decides to have a yard sale and they put up a snipe sign that says, hey, on Saturday, we're having a yard sale, there could be criminal offenses if it's the fourth time they're doing a yard sale?
Is it okay if I think that's, I'm pretty sure he's directing that towards me.
I'm
So I
sorry,
want to
you
answer
directed-
Commissioner Hudak's
Sure.
question. So,
You,
and just to be clear, so these are signs put on public right of way. So this wouldn't be
Right.
like a sign on their private property, which would probably
Well,
be handled
they're
through a
gonna put
notice
it
of
on Hillsborough
violation.
Boulevard on the corner of Hillsborough and their street. Say, hey, yard sale on Saturday.
So what it would require, if they got 3 prior violations, they received a 4th one, it's going to be in the form of a notice to appear in court. We also prosecute other violations of the city code in county court as well. For example, unlawful open container laws on the beach and things of that nature. That doesn't necessarily mean that somebody's going to go to jail as a result of that.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand businesses doing it because they're repeat offenders, but I mean, private citizens. That's, I mean, I don't like the snipe sign either. But the last thing I want is, Johnny has his lemonade sale going on and he puts up a little sign every week because he has his lemonade sale. And mom and dad don't really pay attention to it. And then all of a sudden we're hauling Johnny off to jail because of his sale.
Well, we would hope mom and
I
daddy of
understand that,
John would
but
pay attention to the first 3 citations that they received.
Just like I get people yelling and screaming at me because they're speeding 11 miles over the speed limit and, people have, never mind, I'll be quiet now.
Thank you, Commissioner. The point is well taken. I mean, obviously, this was not intended to go after little Johnny doing his lemonade stand on the side of the road. If you've been busted for having 4 snipe signs for a yard sale, then you've already violated the city's ordinance with respect to yard sales because you can't have that many in a particular period of time. So I don't remember off the top of my head, but there is a limit on the number of yard sales that we have here in the city of Deerfield Beach. So city attorney and I will get together. This is first reading, so it asks that you all advance it. We'll see what we can do to massage and tweak that for second reading, but I understand the concern.
Sure.
Commissioner Plout, you were next.
I was happy to see this come forward because it's kind of my pet peeve. I see so many of those signs, and it's got to the point where when the signs are removed and you see the same ones come back, you wonder really how much enforcement is going on. And it's no cut on code enforcement because it's unbelievable how fast they come out when I report them. What I've been doing is when I leave my house, I try to find a different way to go to the store or a different way to go to City Hall because, they're at all the entrances to my community. And coming into the office one morning, I saw the code enforcement truck and it was an open truck. And in the back, I mean, it was loaded up this high with signs. It's unbelievable. And I reported one sign that was so far up on the telephone pole on Hillsborough and Powerline Road that they had to bring a special bucket truck out to take it down. I mean, they're getting really, if you read the weekly report that we get every Friday, I think it was Mr. Power that wrote it or Roy Davis, that they're getting inventive is what they said. And they do put them up higher and higher. So it is irritating in a way. I mean, when I'm coming out of my neighborhood and it says we buy junk cars, I'm wondering how many junk cars are in my neighborhood. I mean, what are you thinking, that you think you're going to get business like this? But I'm glad to see it come forward, and certainly there has to be some kind of reform on this whole item. I agree with Commissioner Hudak. We don't want to mess with little Johnny and whatnot. There's a nice way to to get those things done. Another situation I had with somebody, Ms. Swaffer, as a matter of fact, was going to rent a city building and have a Medicare seminar. And she asked me, am I going to get in trouble putting out signs? So I get an answer in 5 minutes from Mr. Power that they could apply very easily for a permit. Just tell us where you're going to put the signs, and you just have to have them taken out within, I think, 48 hours. So, we make provisions for those kind of signs, but the out of town and in town contractors, and guess what? I bet you a bunch of them are unlicensed contractors that needs to be dealt with. And so, maybe on the second reading, we can tweak it a little bit, but, I would be for this.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor Preston?
Yes, I appreciate my colleagues' concern, because that is a concern, about how things can be misconstrued. But I have an additional issue, and that's our churches. The churches sometimes put signs out, that kind, and directing whatever it is, to their place of worship. I wouldn't want to see any of our churches have an issue that way. So that's my concern. Our churches have been doing things like that for years, and they've not really had a problem. So to put something like this in place where some of the churches might be targeted, it would not be productive from my perspective.
Okay. All right. Thank you, pardon me, Vice Mayor. Well noted. I have some, thoughts in my head. The city attorney and I will get together in the intervening 2 weeks. In the intervening 2 weeks to bring back additional language and tighten this up for you guys. If we could just advance it tonight. Commissioner Shinetsky?
Yeah, I just had a question, I guess, to the attorney. I know during campaign season, I know when I ran my campaign, I started in August and it went to March, and I put signs out. Is that also considered, to be littering, code enforcement infraction, putting out campaign signs? And I put it out all over the city, my name and everything. Is that also affected as well?
I think it depends on where you put the sign. If you put the sign in the public right of way that's prohibited for signage, then it may be an issue. Yeah.
Okay. All right. We can come back with other questions.
If you put it on private property and you have the authorization of the private property owner, there's no issue there.
Right.
As long as you follow the code.
We'll open up to the public hearing. Is anyone inside the commission chamber would like to speak on item number 12?
Roger Freitag, 418 Southeast Second Street. I have one concern about this. During our last election, I believe there were some other elections that coincided with our mayoral campaign and the new commissioners that joined the diocese. I'm not going to remember the names, Moskowitz or who was running for which department, but there's a property just before Federal Highway, just before the Women's Club and also before the fire department on the south side of Hillsborough, where I think Mr. Moskowitz or one of these people who was running, their sign was there 4 or 5 months after the elections had passed by. I'm an avid bicycle rider. I mean, I see these things. Now, obviously, they put it on private property, so they obviously got the okay from the people who own that land, which still hasn't sold. But at the same time, with this, what you're planning, I think there should be a time frame, like Mr. Shinetsky alluded to. Is he responsible for taking his signs up after the election's over, which I'm sure his people that he had help him with his campaign would go around and pick them up and take them away? Because I find that it's like littering. I mean, yeah, I want to show that I want to run, and then I win, and then nobody from my company goes out and picks up these signs, and then they're just left there. And then the wind picks up, and then they get blown around. So I would hope that it would encompass the voter signs as well, and that the responsible party who puts them up should also take them down in a timely fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freitag. I believe we already have that ordinance on the book with respect to political signs. They have to come down a certain period of time. I know I was worrying about taking mine down. Former Commissioner Battle?
Gloria Battle, 1240 Southwest 6th Way. I think this is a good ordinance if we could get it on the books. I just hope, Mayor and Commissioners, that it doesn't get caught in the bowels of the city such as the no solicitation law. I get so tired on a Saturday or a Sunday afternoon, people knocking on my door talking about putting a new roof on for me or me getting a new, what is it, not lie detector, but home security alarm. And I tell them, you know, there's no solicitation law in this city. Oh, and we did this, that, and other. I just hope it doesn't get bogged down in the minutia and we can carry this forth because it is definitely needed in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, former Commissioner. Call BSO if you get the solicitors. They're not supposed to be soliciting. Mrs. Tigner?
Yes. Good evening. Janice Fulmore Tigner, 1090 Southwest Fourth Terrace. So I didn't know that we had I guess they call them snipe signs. So I call them T signs. I've been here 62 years. I didn't know that we weren't allowed to have them out. So now tonight, I'm understanding why code enforcement never left me or our church any information that signs were not allowed there. But we were co-sponsors with the breast cancer awareness event that happened in October. And all of our sponsors, signs were donated to the sponsors that helped put the event on with the city. So as a thank you, we gave the companies back a sign and they put the signs on their property until it's supposed to have been throughout the end of the month. So some of them are still displaying their signs as a thank you. We gave them back the signs. Thank you for supporting. So it was their logo of their companies and it was on their properties. We also came to church one Sunday, well, one week, and we had like 20 signs. They were in the front of our door of our church. And I came at it one night and I'm like, looks like some of the signs are missing. So apparently it must have been code enforcement. So we thought someone was just kind of bothering us at one point, being nasty. So some of the signs got missing. Then next week it came to church and it was like about maybe 6 or 8 signs left on our property. And I'm like, what the heck happened to the signs? Now I'm noticing, I'm recollecting and looking through them because I kept them in the back of my car, in my truck. And it's the signs that were from other cities that were not Deerfield, that were companies that supported the event. Those signs were taking up like vendors or companies out of Pompano or Fort Lauderdale that donated to the breast cancer walk in Deerfield. And, but no one never left us a citation. But I kept wondering why in the middle of the night, you come back on next Sunday or next couple of days, and it's that random signs are missing. But these companies that paid money to support the city of Deerfield, not just us, they're taking the signs up. So I guess I'm glad to know that there's an ordinance that they can't do that. And maybe I need to go back around the city to the people that supported the event in Deerfield, and let them know if the signs are still on your particular property that you own, then you need to remove them. Otherwise, you're going to get fined or you're going to get cited. And I think it's hardening that the first offense is we're going to ticket you. I think there needs to be a warning in everything, just like they do with the food trucks. The code enforcement in Deerfield is just absolutely nasty. They're just rude and nasty. They don't give you warnings. They just come out and they're nasty. And they're abrupt, they're rude on church property, on anywhere. They're just wrong. So, and you can't talk to them in any kind of decent, respectful way.
Thank you.
It's on our own property.
Thank you,
They've
Mrs.
been
Tigner.
sniping it off. Yeah, they have. I kept taking pictures.
That may be a different issue because this is directed, Mr. City Attorney, towards public property, right? And public rights of way.
That's
So
correct.
not-
Public property and public rights of way.
Not private property.
It's on our church ground. Thank you.
Mr. Lockery, you're up.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor Preston, for bringing up churches. That was my first thought. The only other thought I had was.
Name and address for the
Oh,
record
sorry,
again,
Glenn
please.
Lockery, 1316 Southeast Fifth Court. I was thinking about situations where we just had a yard sale 2 weeks ago. We put up signs and took them down. I think everybody can figure that out and do it. And maybe with the first ticket, they'll get the idea and we'll clean this up. But there are situations. We have somebody on 10th and 12th Avenue, right at the sort of southeast corner, that puts out a bike for sale. They've been trying to sell her bike. I hope she sells her bike. But what she does is she puts her bike out, and I think it is on public because it's on the actual corner, so it gets more, she gets more eyes on it. She keeps it out there for like 4 days, and then she brings it back, and then she tries again. She's trying to sell this bike, but I'm thinking, if she keeps it out there for 4 days, is there a chance of getting 4 tickets within, like, could she get a ticket every day? So because it's really just one offense, she just put it out there. She went through all 4 and suddenly she has a criminal charge. So I just think things like that have to be thought about, I guess, like maybe 1 ticket for the offense and not the next day get another ticket, and the next day get another ticket, something like that, because that could quickly rack up and they really didn't mean to be a criminal. So I'm thinking they were just trying to sell a bike. What's that?
How much does she want for the bike?
I think that's the problem. She wants too much for the bike. But thank you.
Anyone else like to speak on item number 12 this evening? Gotta be faster, Mr. Nolan.
Joe Cummings, 267 Oak Ridge P. You know, this is a type of blight, and I'm glad the city is taking steps to eliminate that. I was just on Wiles today in front of the dump, and the amount of trash that is just up against fences and actually blown up against these signs is just a disgrace. So I think this is a good effort in doing that, and let all of South Florida know that when we get this ordinance passed, hopefully, that snipe hunting will be legal in Deerfield Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, your turn now, Mr. Nolan.
406 Southeast 8th Ave, Thomas Nolan. I'm really glad I came to the meeting tonight, because when I have my yard sale on Sunday, I'm going to put my neighbor's address on the sign so that my neighbor gets the fine for it. But at the end of the day, I think everybody, I know the yard sale sign came up, but if anybody's ever had a yard sale, you take the sign down because you don't want people showing up at your house, knocking on the door, asking if there's a yard sale. You know what I mean? And I think that 2 of the other things I wrote down, I know that the city does use signage for certain events. Sometimes it is on public land or not on public land. I think that would be one thing that we look at, because I know the city uses events for a lot of our big events for parking and other things, to make sure that residents don't come in here 6 months from now and say the city's violating this rule, but we're the ones getting fined. And then I think that maybe looking at where the fine goes. We see the school zone cameras and everybody's up in arms and the fines and the money's, where's it going? I think if you allocate that money to a certain thing in the city, whether it's paying the hourly wage of the person that's picking up the signs or the gas for the truck that drives, come up with something to express to the residents that when we get these fines, it's not just going into the general fund for the city for us to make money. Put it back into what it's actually being done and used for. Sometimes you get a little bit more buy-in and residents understand that the person out there that we're paying to pick up those signs, the fines are actually going to pay their salaries. So just something to look at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sinakis, 1200 Southeast 15th Ave. Just a couple of thoughts. The swale in front of a property, most people don't think of it, they think of it as theirs, but it's not. But for churches and other sort of directional signage for short-term events, maybe there should be some accommodation for direct right of way right next to your property. And then maybe just a basic time limit. The ordinance probably has to be written very generally, but if someone's putting up a yard sale sign and it's up and down in the same day, is that something really that code enforcement needs to bother with, as opposed to all these like junk car signs? Those are a true blight, and that should be the focus. And I don't know, this is a question. I'm not a real estate agent or broker, license holder, but does this cover open house signs? Because a lot of times, they'll come knock on your door and they're like, hey, I have an open house. And you're like, whatever. So it's just kind of accommodate, like if we can dial it in, so like focus on what the real problem is, which is the sort of litter signs, and then also the political signs that never go away after the election. And if you lose, you don't have any volunteers anymore. So there's got to be something there.
Okay, we'll go to online now, Madam Clerk. Katie Freitag, I see first, please.
Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street. I just want to bring a couple things. One, I know that there is, I believe you mentioned, Mayor Drosky, that there is, if you apply for a permit to put the signs up. So that would be something that realtors would be able to apply for a permit so that their signs would not be taken down when they're doing open houses. if those permits include a sticker or a number that you can put on your sign so that code enforcement knows that you have registered with the city, therefore your signs should be permissible in those locations. Again, it's tough to put it in public right of ways. The key factor is to keep it out of the area so that, you know, doesn't discourage, doesn't prohibit cars being able to see where they're turning, drivers being able to see where they're turning and things like that. I have been on boards for the city where we were hosting events and our city event signs were taken down by code enforcement. Our fall festival signs were taken down. Our art festival signs were taken down by code enforcement. And I think that's a little much when it comes to our city events that are being put on by the city. Those should again have some kind of a sticker or something so that code enforcement knows that those signs are allowed and they are provided by the city, they're allowed by the city, and they should remain in place. If it's not in a proper situation where it's not the right location, then they should be that should be called out to Parks and Rec or somebody along those lines, whatever department is hosting the event. But definitely they should at least, you know, give us a heads up before they take them down when you're doing an actual city event. And again, a sticker or a number that you can put on the sign to let them know that they did apply and receive the permit from the city to have those signs up, especially like when it comes to realtors and organizations, churches like that, that put their signs up on a regular basis. They move them, they take them, they move them on a regular so that, you know, code enforcement doesn't go by and clean up all the signs right after a realtor puts them up. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Madam Clerk, I don't see anyone else online. Do you? Anyone else inside the commission chamber? Okay, we're going to close the public hearing on item number 12. And Vice Mayor Preston, you have your light on.
I do. I just want to make sure that however this ordinance is written, whoever it is targeting, and I believe it to be in good spirit to target the right people, in the end, it cannot end up hurting the residents, though. It has to be written such that our residents isn't hurt by it, and that the people that is intended to target, that they're the ones that get targeted. So that's it.
Okay. I think City Attorney and I have heard all the comments tonight. We'll get together in the intervening 2 weeks and discuss it. Commissioner Hudak?
Thank you. I do like the idea of where the fees would go, you know, whether it's, you know, to a charitable organization, you know, or, you know, something, you know, you put it to the Packer Rattlers or something. I think that's a great idea. I think Roger's the one who brought it up. I forget, or maybe it was Tom. But I think that's a great, I don't know if legally we can do something like that, but I really like that idea. You know, we're getting rid of the blight and we're helping the community. So I kind of like that. And with that, you know, I'll make a motion to pass this. But it does need to be modified before the final version.
Second.
Motion to approve first reading by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak?
Yes.
Commissioner Plaut?
Yes.
Commissioner Schnetsky?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston?
Yes.
Mayor Drosky?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to make a comment if it's okay with you. I kind of went like this, but in fairness to you, I didn't really try to get your attention. I just wanted to point out that the ordinance that you just passed on first reading, we didn't actually change any of the underlying regulations. In other words, the signage we're talking about has been prohibited. What we did was we just added an additional enforcement tool. So I just wanted that to be clear because I know there was a number of comments about, you know, who this is going to apply to and where it may apply to. We didn't change the underlying regulation. So I just wanted to point that out. So if that's something that you all are looking to do, you know, we can discuss that. And you all can call me whenever. You know, I'm always available to you. So, but I will work with the mayor on for second reading to see what else we can do with respect to some of your concerns.
And just for reference, just remember that for code violations, half of the fine goes to the target area trust fund. So those funds are used for things like increasing lighting in our parks, creating safety, enhancements for particularly in the District 2 area, or any kind of economic stimulus for District 2. So that's the target area trust funds, which are also used to help some of our residents when they are unable to do something like get their lawn taken care of or something along those lines. And as far as the fines are concerned, that goes to, what is the name of that fund? Not target area, the community, not community policing, it's not community policing, but it's like a community policing fund, but that goes for safety and security citywide. So fines themselves go into a fund that is designed for, so when the sheriff's office, if we work with them to put cameras in a park, as an example, those funds are used for that. So there is already two provisions in the ordinances. One allows for code fines to be split, that half goes into the target area trust fund, and the other one has that the fines that are levied go into a, the name slips my mind, but it is basically for safety and security that can be used citywide.
I think that's important that we educate our residents on that then. I think that's a great.
You are now at comments by mayor and city commission.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. We'll go with District 1, Commissioner Hudak.
All right. As we kind of stated earlier, a couple of us are headed to Salt Lake City tomorrow. So we're going to the National League of Cities. One of the things that's important about, being on the dais is representing the city in a variety of different events that could actually bring funds to the city, bring education to us as representatives. And so this is another one of those exciting things that we actually get to go to. So myself and a couple of other members of the dais, as well as the city manager, will be attending the National League of Cities event. And I'm flying out tomorrow, and then I'll return on Sunday. I know that the city manager has designated Eric as the city manager in his absence. And so I'm going to designate a vice commissioner, and that'll be my dog Rocket. So if we can put that on. So if anybody has any questions or concerns, you can contact Rocket, and he'll be more than happy to help in any situation.
What type of bark does he, gotta be a certain bark if you're gonna communicate with Rocky.
Well, Rocket. Yeah. I've received numerous complaints from the Cove, the businesses in the Cove with regards to the outdoor garden market that we have on Saturdays, that it's adversely affecting a lot of businesses. So I have asked the city manager and also our director of economic development to try to find some win-win solutions. Because while I think the market is great, it's extremely important that we support our businesses in the Cove as well. Another resident had mentioned, there's more food trucks there than there are garden and stuff, and fruits and vegetables. And we have numerous businesses that can provide food, maybe get them involved in the event, and see what we can do. As I recall, the previous economic development director advised me that they had reached out to all of the businesses, and they were in favor of this event happening on Saturdays. But some of the businesses that I've spoken to recently said that that's not the case. And I'm not going to say he said, she said, or anything like that, but if we could please see what we can do to support these businesses, because it's extremely important. The last thing I want to discuss is these public safety meetings. I've received numerous calls from concerned residents who attended the recent public safety meetings regarding alleged comments made by a commissioner in attendance. Several residents reported that this commissioner even attempted to strongly influence those present towards his concluded decision. According to the attendees, the commissioner strongly advocated for the city to remain with BSO and provided inaccurate information to support his position, including the claim that BSO had sent the city a letter rescinding their termination in order to keep the current contract in force. I want to remind everybody that when I asked the BSO major whether the rescission letter that was presented to the city meant that BSO would honor the current contract with the 5% cap on both police and fire and the 152 personnel that it was included in that contract. The major clearly stated no, that was not the case. The rescission letter was just so that we can open up negotiations again. I was advised that the commissioner also stated that he knew that the city manager was pushing the city towards bringing police and fire services in-house solely that he could receive a raise. I have received no such information, and I'm now publicly asking the other members of this dais to advise me if they have received such information so that we all have the same facts available when making this important decision. So, Mr. Plout, have you received any information that the only reason the city is being pushed by the city manager to bring police and fire in-house was so that he could get a raise?
Yes, and accumulate power. That's what I heard from reliable source. Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Shinetsky?
When I went to the meetings, I just answered.
No, I was just,
Well,
oh, okay.
okay, when I went to the meetings, and I'm glad I went to the meetings because there were some misconceptions. I know that on September 5th, BSO sent a letter to the city commission saying that they were satisfied with what was in the budget so that we don't have to go into the transition. So that we can go to the full term of the contract, which will end on March 31st, 2026. And I stand by that. But the commission turned it down, and we're in transition right now. And we should be getting a bill about that transition, how much it's going to cost us. So that should be very interesting. But no, when I went there.
But no,
I just
my
answered no, the other things, and you could, we just got a computer chip about the meetings, all 5 meetings. I never said anything about the city manager getting a raise. I just answered some
Okay.
questions that were brought up by the people. Just answer them and you could see for yourself.
No, that's fine.
So that never
Um,
happened.
Mr. Vice Mayor, have you heard that the only reason that we're being pushed towards bringing police and fire in-house was so that the city manager could get a raise?
It wasn't just that, it was that the
I mean, are these rumors or are these facts?
rumors.
Okay,
it's-
so
and it's-
we're
it's-
not in middle school. We're on the dais. So I want to find out if these are facts.
No, I've received no
Okay.
facts. It's just been conspiratorial more than
Okay.
anything, you know.
But Commissioner Plout, you've heard facts that this is the sole reason that the city manager.
Facts in the respect that I trust the sources that called me up. And
Okay.
said that these things were happening in the parking lot after the meeting and that the commissioner handed his card out.
No. My question was,
Towards Rodney, yeah.
did this city, have you been provided with information that the only reason the city manager is pushing, let me rephrase that. The city manager is pushing the city to bring police and fire in-house is because he wants a raise. Have you received that factual information
The
from?
words that I was told was that Rodney Brimlow is the problem because he wants to have more power and therefore make more money. That's
Okay.
what I was told.
And you were told by a reliable source, you said?
I was told, yeah, I got
Okay.
a phone
No,
call
right.
from
A reliable
a
source.
reliable
That's
source.
fine. That you don't need to disclose your source. And Mr. Mayor?
I have, pardon me, I have not received any information from the city manager or anyone else that it is the city manager's intent to bring fire and police back for a raise or any other gain for his salary. However, I was told by several residents that attended these workshops that were approached by a certain commissioner on this dais after the meeting in the parking lot, that was the reason for Rodney Brimlow's intentions.
Okay, I have not heard I've heard rumors of stuff like that, but I have not heard any factual information. Additionally, residents stated that the commissioner advised them that the city had already decided to partner with Pompano Police and Fire Services, and that the official announcement was pending completion of the financial numbers. Again, I have not been informed of any of that. Hopefully, I'll be 1/5 of the individuals that actually make that decision. But I want to publicly again ask the other members of the dais to advise me if you have been advised that the decision has already been made and we're already moving to Pompano pending the financial decision. So I'll ask Mr. Plow first.
I can only relate what I already just said
Okay.
regarding Mr.
That-
Brimlow.
That you have a reliable source that said that we're going to go to Pompano.
No, sir. Just the comment that Rodney Brimlow wants to assimilate, wants police and fire so that he can
Okay.
assimilate power and make more money.
So you have not heard that we've already made a decision to move to Pompano, to partner with Pompano.
No.
Mr. Schnetsky, have you heard that? Or have officially heard that? I don't care about rumors.
First of all, let's be real here. I mean, let's be real here. My whole thing is about transparency. The stuff I say in the parking lot, I talk about my girlfriend problems in the parking lot. I talk about a lot of things. I mean, a lot of things in the parking lot. And I'm sure all commissioners, we spoke about things in the parking lot. We complain and we kvetch. But at the meetings, I did not give any false information that I would not stand by. I'm still an open book. I feel in transparency, I'm not going one way and I'm not going the other. What I have been saying and what I'll put on public record right now is I'm an open book. I want both sides to give all the information. I want all the information out there. So when the time comes, not only me, but the public would be aware of it. But what I say in the parking lot, I say a lot of stuff in the parking lot, you know, that's a time for me to relax. But when I'm on official business, what I consider being at the town hall, to me, that was important as a public servant to be there and to answer any questions to the best of my ability. And I stand by that. So
Sir-
what I said in the parking lot and rumors and phone calls and telephone, that's nonsense. Just like this whole drama, the soap opera, Tony against the city manager, it's all nonsense. The bottom line is I want to do what's best for our city, what's best for my district. I want all the information out there from both sides. I want transparency. And then when the time comes, when I have to make that decision, I want to look myself in the mirror and know that I made the right decision. So that's the way I feel. Did I
Okay,
answer your question,
again,
sir?
well, my question was, have you heard from reliable sources that the decision has already been made and we're partnering with Pompano?
Said that. And if
Okay,
you like, no,
I
sir, let
didn't
me
ask
finish.
you if
I
you
never
said that.
And it's on
I
public
asked you
record.
if you've heard that from anybody
Because-
officially. Okay,
Because in
I
Pompano
didn't say
Beach,
you said
sir,
that.
can I answer your question? In Pompano Beach, and I went to all the consultant meetings, the consultant said they will have all the information by March of 2026. In fact, one of the constituents in Pompano Beach, and I know the city manager was there, Rodney, and also our public safety, Sean, were there, as well as me. We heard that all the information will be giving March of 2026, because somebody asked that. Could another city like Deerfield, in fact, they even said that. They said, could another city like Deerfield? I won't have that information till the end of March in 2026. I'll give it over to Pompano, and then that could be discussed. So I'm
Okay.
telling you, based on fact, I never said that. So
I,
this
I,
rumor
I
is
asked
nonsense.
you if you knew that information. I
No,
never
I didn't
said
know.
that you
I
said.
know it for a fact that it's not true.
Okay,
Because it was
perfect.
substantiated in Pompano Beach consultant meeting that I
That's
went to
fine.
all two meetings, sir.
Commissioner
So that answers your
Vice,
question.
Mr.
why are you
Vice Mayor.
yelling, Commissioner?
Because he's just going around and around, and I'm being clear.
No, we all heard these
I made my
comments, so I
statements.
think.
Mr. Vice
think-
Mayor,
I think
have
he's
you
onto
been
something.
advised that the decision has already been made and we're moving to Pompano?
Yes, I've heard that.
Okay, and from a reliable source, not rumors, but a reliable source that the
Yes.
decision has been made. Okay. Mr. Mayor, have you heard that information?
I have not, no.
I have not either, but again, my sole purpose is I want us all to have all of the information. These accusations are extremely trouble to me, particularly because the commissioner assured all members of the dais that while he intended to attend the meetings, despite elected officials being asked not to attend in order to avoid influencing the participants, that's why I was concerned that there was 12 BSO, representatives at these meetings. He adamantly stated that he would remain in the back of the room, only attending so he could personally listen to public comments. And what you say in a parking lot, sir, you represent your residents 24/7. So what you say in a parking lot does matter.
Can I respond
Just-
to that? May I respond to that?
Let me
No, no,
finish
Dis-
my
District one-
comments,
District one has
and
the
then
floor.
you will have your comments.
Yep.
As a member of this dais, I represent 22,000 tax-paying residents. I want to assure my constituents that I maintain a completely open mind regarding this critically important decision. I will not reach any conclusions about the best path forward for our police and fire services until I receive and thoroughly review the final financial implications for our residents. We are expecting BSO's best offer next month, as well as the consultant's cost analysis. I sincerely hope that other members of the dais will also remain open-minded until all of the information has been presented. We are aware that remaining with BSO for police and fire is projected to cost the city taxpayers $100 million by 2029, which is equivalent to 50% of our general budget. The importance of this decision cannot be overstated. Every member of this dais has the right to represent their residents in the manner they believe is most effective. For me, that entails remaining open-minded, relying on accurate and up-to-date information, and providing honest communication to my constituents, whether it's here in the city hall or in a parking lot. During my time on this dais, I have made decisions that some residents disagree with. I value the input and the opinions of our taxpayers, but I also recognize that at times decisions must be made that may not be popular and may adversely affect some of them. While these decisions are difficult, I have always been transparent and grounded in facts throughout my decision-making process, and I pledge to continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anything else for your comments tonight? Okay, District 3, Commissioner Shinetsky.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Commissioner Plout, you'll be next.
Okay, all right. First of all, District 3 is in good shape. I know in Century Village, I've been approached, people asking about the Century Village main gate. I know we're coming towards the end. I know Eric's here. So I have a question, if it's all right. In terms of timeline, where are we with Century Village main gate? Are we in the final inspection? Is there a timeline? When it'll all be completed? If you could just answer that if you can.
Commissioner, with all due respect, and Mr. Power can answer, but again, the commission meeting is a business meeting. It's not the opportunity for questions and answers. You have the opportunity to ask all the staff members before tonight. So
Get a chance to, I'm
my
sorry.
colleagues,
Sorry,
or
I didn't get a
I'll speak for
chance to.
myself, highly encourage you to please
Okay. I didn't get a chance to. I apologize,
Ask
but I
them
felt
at
it
a
was
meeting.
important. So if you could answer that question, if you can't, I understand.
Eric Power, Deputy City Manager. I do not know the current status of that. I was not prepared to discuss that tonight, but that is an issue related to the contractor. I can contact them tomorrow to find out a timeline of what they believe
Thank you.
they're doing.
Because I'm going to master management on Thursday. I'd like to be able to update. So thank you.
Master Management is the owner.
Uh,
They're the ones who would have that information.
They were the ones that were asking me the question, but I understand. Okay, thank you. The other thing, I want to thank Century Village Master Management for providing a shuttle bus to the BSO Town Hall Consultant meeting. In the morning, it was filled to capacity with constituents, and in the evening, it also had a good crowd. And you're right, I admit that after a certain meeting last week, I was sort of, quote, surrounded, and I was told by my fellow commissioners, especially Ben Preston and Mike Hudak, not to go to the town hall meetings. And I said I'd think about it. And then, yeah, I did say, yeah, I'll try to be in the corner. I said that to the city manager. And then when I got there and I spoke to my constituents and I was in the midst of my constituents, I felt the concern. They're worried. This is public safety. This is concerning the police, the fire, first responders. These are elderly people, vulnerable people. And when I felt there was misinformation that I felt that I could address, I brought it up and it's on record. So you could see that. So the other rumors, they're rumors. In the parking lot, I say a lot of things in the parking lot. And we all schmooze in the parking lot. We all say stuff. We joke, we mess up our hair, whatever. But on the dais, when I was there at the town halls, and I went to all the town halls, I made sure that I introduced myself to all the residents, and I'm very proud that I did. Because I feel, number one, I'm a public servant. I work for the people. And number two, I've been honored with leadership on this role. So I want to make sure that any information that I can give, I will give to them. And I'll go to all public meetings in anything, as long as I represent my district in the city of Deerfield Beach. So I'm very proud of that. So again, I want to say to Century Village, thank you for providing the shuttle to those meetings. In terms of Crystal Lake, I want to say thank you to our staff, Eric Powers and Rodney, for putting in a new pavement sidewalk on Green Road to Northwest 18th Avenue to Northwest 45th Avenue. I mean, this project has been sort of talked about since 2020, but there was no framework. There was no attack. So when I took office, I made sure that I brought constituents to the budget meeting. They told about the need to place a sidewalk there so that students, when they dropped off for the school bus, instead of being on the dirt or the street, they have a sidewalk, how important it is. And then I coordinated with Rodney Brimlow, our city manager, and he said, I will help you. And I thank you very much, Rodney. And then I worked with Eric Power, and he came through. And this was also made to the mayor also to do something for Crystal Lake. So I want to say thank you very much to the staff for making this happen. It's not only sidewalk, but they're also going to put speed maps because there's an S-curve in Crystal Lake and there's a lot of speeding and the residents are always complaining about the speeding. In fact, I even had Adam Hofstein do a study there several months ago. So now with a speed map, it's going to monitor, it's going to slow down for the safety of our residents in Crystal Lake. So I want to say thank you to the city. You guys came through. In terms of my other community, the Meadows at Crystal Lake, on December 8th, they're having an end-of-year HOA, and I invited our Broward District 2 County Commissioner, Mark Bogan, who today, he was sworn in as Broward County Mayor. So it's a rotating type of office, but he was sworn in. So he's coming to the Meadows at Crystal Lake. He'll address concerns. So that's, we're really honored to be having him. I also want to thank the American Legion Post 287 in District 2, Anthony Royale, and the American Legion Post 162, Lauren Ogden. I'm a veteran. I was in the Air Force, and so is Mike. I think you were also in the Air Force, right? Yeah, there you go. I outreached to them, and this was right after the flood in District 1, where homes were displaced, decimated. In fact, Thomas Nolan, his home was decimated because of the flood. I outreached. There was a request from a constituent, District 1, said, hey, we need sandbags. And she brought it to the city. And I outreached to the 2 American Legion posts, and I just told them about it. And they said, we want to help the community. So together, they had 325 sandbags, and they personally delivered it to the constituents in District 1, it's already been delivered to several houses there, or many houses. So I want to say thank you to American Legion 162 and 287. Also, I want to say thank you to our neighbor Hillsborough, because you have sandbags, but you also need sand. So I outreached to our neighbor Hillsborough. I spoke to the town manager, Max Serter, and I told him about our situation. And he said, listen, if they want, I'm donating sand. They have a water plant. And he said, it's orange sand. I said, all right, orange sand. They can come and use it. So I want to say thank you to our neighbor Hillsborough for stepping up. On November 22nd, the American Legion is going to be having Feed the Streets, and that's located at the American Legion Post 287. That's at 191 Southwest First Terrace. So people that are hungry for Thanksgiving, they're welcome to come. So I want to bring that up. That's very important. I got a complaint from a constituent in District 4 saying that the compost recycling center at Bernard Adams Municipal Building, she sent me pictures, it's crawling with maggots and vermin. I mean, really bad. These composts, just food brought out and they'll be, brought back into the soil. It's crawling with maggots and vermin. So my question is, and I'm sorry I didn't ask that, I didn't do my homework, who's working on that? Who's taking care of
Can
that?
I answer that?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, I got the same video from my resident
Okay.
and within 5 minutes, I notified Eric Power, who had the economic folks, the sanitation folks go down there and clean it out.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And finally, with the really catastrophe that we had a few weeks ago concerning the flooding and the intense rain, I remember we had a CERT program. Now, I know recently there was a plane crash in Coral Springs, and there was a CERT team that was out there assisting. They secured the area. They coordinated with law enforcement to make sure that the crowds were safe. So I outreached to the former CERT program director in Deerfield Beach, and we had a discussion. And I also outreached to our fire chief, gentlemen, I'm sorry. And I discussed it, and I was wondering, is that something that we can maybe do in Deerfield Beach that would assist for the next catastrophe? If you want to address that, sir.
Again, this is not question and answer session.
Okay.
You can address the chief after the meeting, but thank you, chief, for being available.
All right, thank you, sir. And with that, that's it. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Ploutt, District 4.
Okay, my comments are short and sweet, but I do want to address something that I learned as soon as I got elected, and that's that I'm always on official business. Always. There's no horsing around in a parking lot. Anything that I say or do is public record, and it can be pulled. I like Facebook. I like to show people what I'm doing. I could not use my own Facebook because anybody that wanted to spend my money could say, I want to see everything that Tom Ploutt put on Facebook since March 11th when he was elected. And I would have to hire somebody else to pull those records. And so the city put up Commissioner Tom Ploutt Facebook for me so that I could put my stuff up there. And if somebody wants to see something, and they want to pull a public record, then the city has to do that. But we're always on official business. There's no such thing as comments in the parking lot. And I wouldn't brush that off. And those kind of things are covered very thoroughly in the required ethics training that we have to take. So that's all I'll say about that right now. I do want to say that there were two wonderful events this week. The Veterans Day, sorry you couldn't make it. Veterans Day at Brightway Center, it was fantastic. It was heartfelt. Everybody had something very important to say. And on the flip side of that coin, Friday, I got an invite to go to Nova South University. At that university, Craig and Barbara Weiner, a couple that took a vacation in Europe several years ago and went to a concentration camp, were so affected and so horrified by this that they started to collect artifacts. And as the artifacts piled up, they reached an agreement with Broward County Schools, and the superintendent Hepburn was there. And they actually put a Holocaust museum inside the university library. It's there permanently. It's free. Anybody can go and see it. And it was astonishing. I mean, they have like the artifacts, like you have no idea. They have computers where they have linked AI up to Holocaust survivors. And through lengthy interviews with the Holocaust survivors and AI and the facts put all together, you can actually go on and you can ask like you're talking to a person. You can ask the computer, ask that person about an experience, and they will tell you about their experience. It's unbelievable. And the displays, the glass displays with the actual striped, prison uniforms. A violin that was played at Dachau when people came off of the trains to calm them down, because you know what? All those people that came off the trains could have overwhelmed the Germans right there, and there wouldn't have been a concentration camp. And the lies, they had displays where they started out with the initial propaganda, and then the concentration camps, and then the ghettos, and the things that were done. The extent that the Nazis did in this propaganda campaign, I had no idea. My dad was a stamp collector, and I never knew this happened. A lot of the folks that were sent to the concentration camps, the first thing that the Germans did was have them write a postcard home about how wonderful this place is, how much fun that they're having, how the meals are wonderful, and they can't wait to get to their hotel room for dinner tonight. And those postcards were collected with no stamps and sent to Germany, to Berlin, to be examined. Soon as those people wrote those postcards, they were put to death. It took about 2 or 3 months for those postcards to get to Germany, to be reviewed, and then they were mailed to the families. They put a stamp on it at that time so that it could be postmarked in Germany, so that the people wouldn't know that their relatives were taken to Poland and then already been dead for 2 months. This is the extent that this went to, and it was very emotional. I got to meet all the people involved. I got a wonderful email yesterday thanking me for coming down and representing the city, because they saw me as representing the city. And I got to tell you, as a guy that grew up in Sunday school and had my mother get remarried into a Jewish family, and then and I've told my story before, maybe some people don't know that that I was put into Hebrew school and raised as a redheaded stepchild with a Jewish family that took me in, and I was bar mitzvahed. So I've seen both sides of this thing. And I could tell you that every Friday night dinner that we went, and my adopted family, they prayed for the people that were left behind. And it was really something to actually be able to tell them that story. And they made me feel so at home. And that nice email I got yesterday was just something. So that was so rewarding for me. I'm glad I did it. So, and I'm proud tomorrow to represent the city with you, Commissioner Hudak and Mayor Drosky. We're going to go out to the National League of Cities, and I hope we bring back some great information and some tools that we can use to try to get money out of our federal government when we go next year. So that's all I have to say, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor Preston, District 2.
Thank you. Mr. Cummings, you asked that did Commissioner Shinetsky represents the dais? The answer is no, he does not represent this dais. He's an individual that makes decisions on his own. Mr. Lockery, I want to just tell you, sir, why we did not attend. Every commissioner up here wanted to attend those safety meetings, and you said it was a missed opportunity. But what you didn't know is the city manager asked us not to attend. Excuse me, sir? Okay. He asked us not to attend so there would be no slanting. He asked us not to attend so there wouldn't be the presence of staff and the commission to make it hard to be able to dish out information. So he asked us not to attend for that reason. We all wanted to attend. So it wasn't a missed opportunity. And when information is not disseminated in the right way, you often make up your own minds about what happened and how it happened. And I'm gonna also tell you this, the reason that he did not want any commission to attend, here's another reason. He was actually protecting this commission. He was actually protecting this commission, because if I go to that meeting and Mr. Hudak is there and he makes a comment and I make a comment, we have just broken the sunshine law. We've just broken the sunshine law. Somebody could go to jail. You want to know why it happened? It happened a certain way. He was protecting us, trying to keep us out of trouble. Because once we start discussing it, however, in a minimal way, you might say the conversation went, you've broken the law. So it was a good thing that nobody else went and spoke. And the idea is that if I did go, I really shouldn't say anything about anything, because for fear of whatever I say can be misinterpreted. And once it's misinterpreted, you don't have a do-over. I'm an elected official, and whatever people think, being an elected official carries weight. What you say, how you say it, and when you say it matters. And the other thing is, I want everybody to know, I heard about this being in the Sun Sentinel and this being in the paper at Century Village. Please hear me well, everybody out there. There has been no vote by this commission to take a fire department back. If it is, show it. Show it to me. This commission has not voted on that. In fact, there has not been a motion to say, hey, let's take our fire department back. So a lot of things are out there that is just simply not accurate. And it's meant to really create a disturbance in our community. And it's not right. It's not right. Because what it does, it creates an imbalance. People, they don't believe in what's going on up here. And I want to just tell you, I believe that every person that I sit with up here, even though I don't always agree with them, they're honorable people. They don't need to be castigated and put in a category as though they're somehow dishonest. It's not right. It's not right. It's not right. And you need to stop. Those kinds of things, these rumors need to stop. There has been no vote, no motion. We don't know what we're going to do. You know why no motion has been made? Because we don't have all the information. People talk about we need to get the information. Well, what do you think we're doing? What do you think we're doing? This is not an incompetent commission. It is a commission that is thoughtful. It is a commission that is taking all of the information and weighing it. And then guess what? I will tell you that when the time comes, there will be debate by this commission. And here's another thing. We're probably all not going to agree. How about that? So I'm just going to ask that you not disturb the balance that we have here in the city of Deerfield Beach with this residence, creating clouds of suspicion behind the door of nefarious acts that is going on, that is simply not true. I'm going to tell you something else. And I'm going to say something here, and a lot of people are not going to like it. It's absolutely demonic. It's demonic. Yes, I'm using that word because it is. These people up here, they're people that serve because nobody up here is going to get rich doing this job. All you're going to do is get criticized more than you'll ever get anything from it. But everybody's up here has a servant's heart. That's why we're up here. If you're looking for notoriety, there's a lot more ways to get notoriety than you go through this. So hopefully we will have a better attitude coming back. And with that, eat a lot of turkey. Have a great Thanksgiving. And if you see a family that's hungry, buy them some food. Buy them a turkey. Ain't gonna kill you. This Thanksgiving, everybody's gonna be doing really well, sitting to the table, watching football, enjoying ourselves. And out there's a lot of people that are hungry. Children are hungry. We all need to care about that. And I'm not talking about kids outside the city, though I care about that too, but there's a lot of kids inside this city that are hungry. Feed somebody. It's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. So hopefully, that will become a quest of all of us for this Thanksgiving. And again, have a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Appreciate the comments. I'll jump in on the BSO situation as well. I mean, it's okay for everyone to have their own opinion and thoughts and comments. What's not okay is to prejudge this matter and to say so in public when you said you weren't going to. That's where I have an issue, is that we were specifically told by the city manager not to attend the workshop so that the public process could play out organically, that the public would come and get the information. And by the way, it wasn't information about a historical background to where we were and how we got here and what are the costs going to be, because that was never the case with those workshops. It was more of a thought process to get the idea and the flavor from the community. But when you have electeds that are in attendance there, sometimes individuals don't want to speak or say what they normally would speak to say so, especially when electeds are coming up to you before the meeting and after the meeting in the parking lot or in the meeting, trying to advocate their position to you. And that is not what those purpose of those meetings are supposed to be. I have not, despite all my comments, I have not prejudged this, but one of my colleagues has and has said so, and it's on the video that we all received today. And I encourage anyone else to publicly request the video, or audio rather, and listen for yourselves and make that determination. But I can speak for myself that I have not prejudged this. We don't have the numbers yet to judge this. And we all have a lot of questions. You have questions. We have questions. And there will be many times in the future, once this data comes out, that these questions will come out. We will have workshops, we'll have public meetings. We will ask questions until we can't ask any more questions. But that is what's coming before us. But to prejudge it at a public workshop with the public there, I think was not, did not send the right signal, at least to the residents that I have spoke to that attended these particular meetings. So hopefully we can do better, going forward. We're going to pivot. It is Thanksgiving coming up. We do have a lot to be thankful for. Despite all of our differences here in this country, we are still, I don't care what anybody says, we are still the best country on the face of this earth. And the Vice Mayor is correct. We are still very powerful and we are very rich, and we need to share those riches with others that are not as rich and need a helping hand. And you can just look around in our community and the various communities around us, and there is certainly a need out there. So if you have the opportunity to give back, please do so. But whatever is in your own personal heart, please take advantage of that at this opportunity, because Thanksgiving doesn't matter what party you belong to, what religion you belong to. We all are thankful as Americans that we have this holiday coming before us, and that we're able to spend time with family and the loved ones around us, and that we're able to spend that thanks and to take one day out of the year, instead of yelling and throwing stones at each other, one day where we can be thankful to have each other. Because you know what? There's going to be a day when we don't have each other, and you're going to look back and you're going to miss that day when that person is not there to say, hey, I love you, Mom, or I love you, Dad. We're going to miss that day when it comes. And so we need to take advantage of that and keep that at the center of the focus attention as we go forward. Mr. City Manager, you were waving to me earlier, and I apologize. I know you wanted to speak, and I jumped over you. So yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I did not plan to have any comments tonight, but the comments that are made by the public routinely, some members of the public, that are divisive, that are lies, and that attack the city are unacceptable. The ones that are made against my staff, I will defend them when they need to be defended. Myself, I know that I have to take some of that with a grain of salt. But what I heard tonight is disgusting. It's demeaning. It's disturbing and shocking. For anyone to make a claim that I'm pushing the city in any direction, or that I am somehow trying to gain personal benefit, my salary or my employment, I work for the 5 of you. My salary is determined by you. My employment is determined by you. And if there's anyone on this dais that feels that I'm doing one of those two things, I ask that you make a motion to terminate me. My personal and professional reputation rides every single time. And that's unacceptable. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next meeting will be December 2nd. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion adjourned by Commissioner Plant, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?